Happy Saturday, everybody. Welcome out to a new, improved version of What's Your Question from Decode Your Reality. My name is Logan, and I have a brand new internet, so let's see how this is going to pan out. I was very fortunate to get a brand new internet service after many weeks of struggling with the one I had. The one that served me pretty well for quite a bit of time. But after the hurricane came through here, man, just was horrible. And I was fortunate to be able to get a new one. So I'm pretty stoked. So welcome out, everybody around the world. Wherever you are, my name is Logan again, and this is Decode Your Reality. What's your question? It's great to be back. A lot of things. A lot of things have been going on in my world personally. I would assume that that's exactly what has happened in your world, as well as that a lot of things have happened going on in your world. So I was on vacation for a little bit of time, my first kind of time off here since I've been in Mexico. And of course, helping out with big shout out to the Syncretism Society, Danny and Santos, and all those that are involved over there. Big shout out to them, man. They're doing some amazing things, all the great instructors. And I'm very fortunate to be part of the Syncretism Society. So big shout out to those guys and gals. And if you're a member, congratulations. There's a lot of great content that is part of being a member of the Syncretism Society. And that's, a lot of what I've been doing there. I've dedicated once a week. Maybe I'll get to do more than that. But as of right now, I'm dedicating once a week to helping the Syncretism Society out by giving them content from my external brand called Cosmic Sugar. And I just released a video this morning, which I made last night, and it was on the title called Morning Star. And it's going to be leading into one of the most important decodes that I've ever done. I've been saying this now, it becomes monotonous, but it just seems like every time I put out a decode that I feel is my red carpet, my creme de la creme, I end up keep digging, and I end up having to bury that statement. And now here I am with a new decode that I have coming up called the Superstar that I have coming out. And man, this one is really going to pop some navels, because it's going to bring the stories of what we were told and the stories that we read in the ancient text. It's going to tie those into nature and what that has to say about all this. And it involves, of course, what's the morning star? It's the sun. Many people think it's Venus. Nope. I know why they feel that it's Venus, but it's not. It's the sun. That's what comes up in the morning, every morning. And so this decode is, from the Virgin Decoded. Hopefully all of you have seen that one. But the Virgin Decoded, and again, that was unplanned. Just my friend Sam from Australia sent me a message about a dream his friend had, and it led me into that decode, and that's gone into the Morning Star. And I'm just kind of am in awe with this information that I've been given. And then, of course, let's not forget Prison Planet Part 2. And this, and I have a sneak peek of Prison Planet Part 2 that I'm going to be sharing with all of you great decoders during this transmission. At some point, I'm going to show you a few slides, a sneak peek of that presentation. And in that presentation, I'm going to show all of you how to exit the game. And it will just, of course, be an opinion of mine, but I will show with support. And as you know, folks, I'm a guy who's like, I'm going to trial as an attorney, and I need to present my case. That's how I feel, how important it is to present your case to the world. It's like if you're going to trial, not just an opinion that you read somewhere or came to a conclusion on. Like if you had to go to a court of law to present your case to win a case, do you feel your evidence is strong enough? Because that's what the world's looking for. I feel the world's not looking just for something you think is going to happen, like an opinion. You got to have support for it. That's just how I feel anyway. And not everybody agrees with that, and that's fine. I'm getting a lot of persecution and haters out there. It's great because I welcome all the haters, man. I love all your rookie energy, because the haters out there, they're rookies. They don't even know how magic works. So keep it coming. Keep it coming, hater, because I just transmute that energy. So it's all good, man. Energy's energy. So welcome out, everybody. Yeah, it's been a minute. Aloha. Got some people from Hawaii, I guess. Chris Benoit. I used to be a big wrestling fan growing up. Pamela, nice to have you. Glad you like the Virgin Decoded. What's up, Bobby? Thanks, brother. I appreciate that. Solomon, nice to have you. George, nice to have you. Lisa, Christine, Laurelyn. What's up, Nigel? All the way from the great country of China. Documentary Network. All of you, I appreciate all you being here. I mean, you know, you could have been anywhere tonight, but you decided to come on here and join in and have some fun with this decoding world. And I appreciate all of that. I appreciate all your support. All of you that have donated, your Patreons, those of you that have, you know, decided to jump in and get a reading. My readings have really I've turned it up because I found ways to integrate the cards of illumination into the natal charts. And let me tell you, they fit perfectly. And they tell more of the extended story of your blueprint. So it's quite fascinating how they fit into all of your cosmic blueprint itself, which is awesome. So let's see. Let's get into some of your comments. Yeah, and again, no live last week because my internet was the internet here just wasn't working ever since the hurricane. The upload speed just was jacked, and it was showing a decent upload speed that I've been able to work with, and even the Syncretism Society, man, Danny was getting frustrated. We all were losing hair prematurely because of the internet situation here. But I've been able to, like I said, I switched over at the place I'm staying at. My landlord was so gracious enough to get me that, and I'm grateful for that. So here we are, and that's why you're seeing this true transmission, this smooth broadcast. So, all right, so Melbourne in the house. Creating Passions, nice to have you. Ethan, what's up, my brother? There's a sharp individual there, Ethan Rucker, great decoder, sharing a lot of his amazing insight. But yeah, has Santos been Santos is just like me. He's a hermit. He spends a lot of time alone. If he's not in the podcast room, if he's not out and about doing events, he's in front of his computer or a book reading and researching. And that is, you know, part of his code and his card, man. You know, I mean, his birth card is the Queen Clubs. And, you know, it's the club suit. If you're a club suit member, it's the mind. It's, you know, this is the air suit. So you have, you know, just to give you an indication for those of you that may be new to all this, just pulling these out randomly, but you have the start of it all is the heart suit, fire. Now the tarot has it as the cups, and they're going to say it's water, but the cards of illumination came first, and from the books that I've read and what I was taught by, and they can really be any of the elements. I'm now creating a new tarot spread, and I'm rearranging the cards. So I'm going to have a third tarot spread now. I'm getting it more dialed in with the elements on the periodic table to get it even that much more accurate. I'm pretty excited. I'm going to be releasing that soon, but nonetheless, this is the fire suit right here. This is the fire suit, and then it leads into the air. Fire must join with air, and it's the mind of the cosmos. And then we have the water suit, which is the diamonds. Those of you that are diamonds, you represent the element water. And then you have, of course, the spiritual cards of the spade suit, which is the representation of earth. So those are the four. And Santos Panacci is, and Danny as well. What's interesting about Santos and Danny is the king clubs, and Santos is the queen. So you literally have a pair of clubs at the helm of the Syncretism Society. So it's pretty interesting. And then, I'm part of that because I have that king clubs as well. So it's a fun card to live through. And then you have your handler card. So those are the ego cards of Santos and Danny. Santos's ego card is the Queen Clubs, and then his handler card. All of you, just so you know, that I'm kind of referring to it as, because it's the life card and the spirit card, but I feel that the life card's your ego card, how you kind of orate your life and narrate your life throughout this reality, and then there is your handler card. Kind of like when you go out, those of you that have furries, that have pets, and you walk your furry outside, you are the handler of the DOG. Well, what's handling you? Well, it's your handler card. So just to give you an instance, I'll use Santos since most of you know who he is. The great Santos Bonacci. He's become a great friend of mine. But here are his two cards. The Queen Clubs, which is his card that he uses to work through his ego and his identity, his ID. And then his spirit card, his handler card, is the Three Hearts card, which is the card of celebration in the tarot. The threes, of course, remember, ladies and gentlemen, the number 3 represents Earth. It represents pi. It represents the perfect circle, because pi is 3.14 as we know it. And Earth is pi. The 3 is the third chakra, the solar plexus, where the sun resides. And I have shown that I feel that we live in the belly of the beast, which is the sun, the moon, and the earth. And that is all part of the 3 layer of life, the third chakra, which is, of course, Gemini in the prison, which is kind of funny. So that's what we got to start off. I'm looking at your comments. Thanks for all your comments. Thanks for the compliments. Was my decode of 23 taken down? Sally asked, did I dream it? No, I never had a decode of 23 done, particularly. There's a lot of 23 sprinkled throughout a lot of my decodes and presentations in the videos that I have. How do you find your spirit card and your ego card? Okay, so that's a great question. So how do you find your spirit and your ego card? Okay, so the best website to get all of those is 7 Reflections. If you just go and type it, actually, let me just pull this up. I'll just give it all to you, ladies and gentlemen. This gives you your, I'm going to put it right into the chat box. Here we go. And boom, there it is. It's right in there. You'll see Decode Reality highlighted in yellow. Click on that link and then just type in your birthday and it will give you your 5 primary cards. It will have your, let me just tell you what it says in it. It'll have your birth card, your ruler card, which is your planetary ruler card. I'm not going to get into that. It's a little bit more advanced. Your decadent card, and then your karma card. That is your handler card. The card that says your karma card, that's your handler card. And if you go read about that card, you will completely resonate with it. The majority of you. Now, this could be some exceptions of people that say, no, that's just not me. But, I'm almost certain that 99.9% of you will say that it's about 95% accurate or more. The ruler card, the karmic card, called the karma card. It's the 4th card in from your birth card. Your birth card, your ruler, decadent, karma card. That's the handler card that owns you. That's what I feel anyway. And if you can just sit with that and you can just read about that card and just be like, okay, well, that's the energy that's ruling over you. Just let go and just accept that that's your blueprint. That's part of your blueprint. Not everything, but it's part of it. All right? So I have somebody asking me. I'm just going to show all of you. Where the hell is it? Somebody asked, "What's my cards?" So I'll show you. And folks, this is a good time to kind of tell all of you, the Prison Planet 2 Decode I have coming out. I was literally crying when I was decoding. I was in tears. They were tears of joy because I found the exit. I found how to exit the game. And I know a lot of you are going to be interested in that because a lot of you don't want to come back. But you see, the reason why I found it is because I was the one who was, I was part of, I shouldn't say I'm the only one, but I was one of the people that were given the code to show you how to exit the game. And I'm not bragging with that now. I want to be very crystal clear. I'm just me. That's it. Not everybody likes me. I'm totally fine with that. I'm not saying it to brag. I'm not saying it to try to get likes. I'm not trying to get it so I'm trying to win anybody over. I'm not here for points. I'm not here for cash, prizes, a blue ribbon, none of that garbage. I don't care about that stuff. I'm looking for answers. When I come out with this Prison Planet 2 Decoded and I show you the exit, I'm going to show you my birth. I'm going to show you my family's, I have one sister. I'm going to show you all 4 of our birth cards, all 4 of our elements using alchemy. And I'm going to show you why I was given this to show all of you. I will support it. Not trying to fudge anything, not trying to fit a square peg in a round hole. There's not going to be any maybes. Now, if you don't believe in the cards and numbers and math and synchronicities and all that stuff, well then, of course, you're not going to appreciate this information. But if you're a decoder and you appreciate the code and you're decoding and you're finding that your life is scripted, you're going to appreciate this. Okay? So here are my 2 primary cards. For those of you that some of you have asked. History person. My birth card is the 8 spades. And then my handler card is the King Clubs. Those are my 2 primary cards. Now, what I'm going to be showing all of you in Prison Planet 2, which is part of the exit to leave this game. You see, this card, which is my birth card, February 4th, in the tarot is that card right there. What does that look like to you? This is the card of trapped and limited. This is the card of being in prison. And is it a coincidence that both my parents worked and retired from the prison system? They both worked for the state of Connecticut. My dad retired as a captain and my mom was working for the warden. Do you think that is coincidental? And I have the prison card. I'm going to show you with clear and convincing evidence. I'm getting goosebumps. I literally was in tears when I found this stuff that day. It was overwhelming what I found. And I realized it was just kind of the nail in the coffin. That my life is scripted. And however I got here, why I'm here, how we all get here, I came here to be part of a group, because I'm sure I'm not the only one, that will show you these layers of this reality, how they work and how to perhaps get out of it. And I'm going to be sharing a slide with you tonight, a few of them, of this upcoming Prison Planet 2 Decode. It will be one for the record books. I know I'm going to get a lot of persecution for it. I know I'm going to get a lot of heat for this on what I'm going to show. I know I'm going to piss a lot of people off probably, and I'm totally cool with that. Whatever, I'm just, as they say, let the chips fall and that's it. I'm totally okay with that. Whatever happens after that happens. I am in an extreme layer of gratitude in my life right now, of where I'm at, what I'm doing. I wake up, I love my life. I wake up, I just get to do what I love to do. I get to help people. Ultimately, I decode reality, but I'm helping people. I've been doing this my entire life. I've been in health and wellness my entire life. I've been in the healing world my entire life, ever since I can remember. And now I know why. Now I know why. And, it's not a secret. I don't hide behind the fact that, my real birth name is Jason. That's what my parents gave me. That's my birth name. When I went in the United States Air Force, there was a group of us that decided to pick names, nicknames, kind of like Top Gun, Maverick, and Goose, and all that kind of fun stuff. And so I decided to pick Logan. This was back in the early 90s. And the reason why I chose that name is because I had a friend of mine that I went to high school with. He was one grade below me. And his brother's name was Logan. The only Logan I've ever known back then. I come from a small town in Connecticut. My graduating class was, I think, 86 people or something. Very small. And I never forgot that. I just liked that name. So when I was in the military and I got to pick, that's what I chose. And then when I moved to California in 1998, I just was like, oh, no, here's a great time to, make an identity change. Not trying to hide, it was just because I wanted to use Logan. And it was used in the military. And now I know why, because when you do the numerology of that, Logan's a 19. 19's battery, and of course, the 19th card in the tarot's trying to find it just to give you guys the visual. And as fate would have it, it's just not here, and it's probably, there it is. So this is, in Chaldean, I've shown how Chaldean is tied to the tarot directly, tied to alchemy directly, tied to numerology directly in the sense of true numerology with that scale of the 1 through 8. But here's the 19th card, and that's what my name's tied to, what I go by. And again, folks, it chose me. Some of you won't get that. Some of you just won't get that. It chose me. I was supposed to pick it because it picked me. Before I ever came out into this world in 1973, that's what was chosen for me. But I try to be as transparent as I can, folks. I don't tell everybody about my person. I'm very private about my life. I mean, I don't go around posting my life on social media. And the very reason why I don't do that, which I encourage all of you not to do that as well, is because once you put yourself out there, you're exposing your energy, and people are going to give energy to you. And it may be energy that, you're not transmuting. I think it's just a bad idea sharing your social life on social media. That's your identity, just wanting attention. I see it all the time. But folks, I'm reading some of your comments. I'm in a video game. Absolutely. This is a game, folks. You see, I've said this so many times before, and I will say it again. You know why suffering is allowed in this reality? Because it's not real. That's why. If you can wrap your mind around that, this reality is not real. It's real to us, but not whatever's outside of this reality. It's literally whatever is running this reality is looking at it through a screen, just like you're doing. Why do we get emotionally involved with movies and characters that are not real? Why do we do that? Because you can't separate when you get involved. The Truman Show did a great job of that when you saw people watching Truman and crying and laughing and giggling and cheering him on. And at the end, they were just like, hey, what else is on? That was the joke. Put something else on. This reality is a simulation made real in our reality. We don't know the difference. It's so real, it's not a simulation to us. But the contradiction is that it is. And that's why suffering is allowed. Because whatever's running this reality knows it's not real. So that's why suffering is allowed, because it's not real, folks. There's no other logical explanation that we can come to our common sense, that I have found anyway, personally. But yeah, some of you, when I was decoding the slides for Prison Planet Decoded 2, and I found the exit. Now, some of it is in the Truman Show, because I had decoded the word exit, which is the number 15 in the Chaldean. And the number 15 is what Santos talks about called red shift, blue shift, because number 1 is the color red in the chakras. And what's the color that operates the 5th chakra, the throat? It's blue. 15. It's the devil card. So you got to exit the devil card. But it's red shift, blue shift. And I was literally, I was reminded every time, here in where I live, there's a cop car. It's that drives around. They just drive around with their lights on all the time. It's just kind of funny. And we know that the color spectrum goes to violet. Imagine seeing a cop car with violet and red lights going back and forth. They would just blend in. But you see, when you lower the contrast from violet to blue, it gets very, very dense, and it separates the red from the blue. So blue is like a heavier color. And it's this, God was the Word, spoke the creation into creation using the throat, not using the crown, using the throat chakra. It's 5-1. 15. So, I'm going through your comments. Selfies are digital voodoo dolls. That's pretty funny, Stephen. That's great. I love it. How do we determine what tarot card is our birth card? Well, you would just take whatever card that... You should have my graphics by now. If you don't have the graphics that I use to decode from, the tarot cards, the cards of illumination, the animal tarot, let's not forget the great animal tarot deck. I'll send them to you. I've sent them to countless people, and I just pay it forward. Just decode with it. That's kind of a gift from me to you. So just send me an email, decodeyourreality@gmail.com, and then all you got to do is just you got to know what. Like the 5 of spades is the 5 of swords. Spades is swords. So you just got to find what tarot card is linked to what your card of illumination is. And you'll find out what that is. And then you just go and type that into your favorite search engine and read about that card. My favorite is teachmetarot.com. And that lady has so much wisdom on that website. I've learned so much. That's where my go-to is. And then you just read about that card and you'll find a ton of truth in there about yourself. It's awesome. Blue is a higher vibration than red. Yeah, red is a bigger wave, a wider wave, and then blue is a shorter wave, getting down to the gamma, which is, the tightest wave. So you're absolutely right. It's more dense. When it gets tighter, it gets denser. Doug Moore, thank you so much. I get a lot of that. I get people binge watching my content, and I'm grateful. I really am. It really flatters me that people I've been getting that a lot. I've been binge watching your videos. So it's, yeah, folks, I have 5, if you want to, since I've been talking, I have 5 planets in my 3rd house. 5. And 3 is Gemini. Again, the prison. Not an accident. 3 is the solar plexus chakra, and 3 runs creativity. So I'm an artist, I make some music, and I'm going to be getting more into music. My goal is to go fully into music when I hit 50, which is not too far off. My job, for those of you that have 3 or more planets in one house of astrology, your job really is to transmute that energy into the house above it or outside of it. That would be a Jacob's ladder. A Jacob's ladder is a house that is connected, a join. So like the 1st house of astrology is connected to the 7th house, which is the mirror. They're mirrors of one another. In the Jacob's ladder Decoded, I showed how those houses are stacked up. So house number 1 is stacked with house number 7. House number 2 is stacked with Scorpio, Taurus and Scorpio. And then Gemini with Sagittarius. And then Cancer with Capricorn. So those are the Jacob's ladders, and it just goes all the way around. So most of you were born in the Piscean age. And the opposite of Pisces is Virgo. And that's why Jesus was born of a virgin, Virgo, and then he was a fisher of men. So that's the Jacob's ladder of the Christ story. But now it seems that we have the wheel has spun, and it has shifted into the age of Aquarius. And that means that the Jacob's ladder forming the age of Aquarius will be Aquarius and Leo, the lion, which is ruled by the sun. Aquarius is ruled by Uranus, and in the old school it's Saturn. So it's both. It has both of those. And they both have truths to them. Sonny, you have a stellium in the 10th house. Wow, okay. So you got to look at, like the 10th house, the lord of the 10th house is Capricorn, or the zodiac sign. So if you have a stellium, if you have a lot of energy in one house, Sonny, you have energy in the 10th house, you want to look and see where your Capricorn's at. So it's going to move. So you have Sag in the 10th house, and that would probably mean you would have Capricorn in your 11th house, which would occupy Aquarius's defaulted position. Lena, thank you so much for your comment. Hi, Pinker. Thanks for your comment. Glenn, how you doing, my friend? Lisa. Dragon, what was the movie you mentioned to watch? I don't remember. My 8th to 12th signs are empty. What does that mean? It doesn't mean anything, because you still have the zodiac signs that will rule over those houses. Just because you don't have... See, folks, when I do my readings for people, I will tell you the natal chart, it's your eye. Okay, that anybody that knows astrology should know that the natal chart, it's round and it has a circle in the middle. That is your eyeball. And we have 2 eyes. So you have the chart when you were born, and then you have the chart of the current moment. Those are the 2 charts. And you have a lot of moving parts with those charts. You have the 12 houses. And hang on one second. I just dropped all my cards. Hold on, folks. Okay. Playing with my cards here. So you have your 12 houses, and then you have the 13 in the very dead center. And the 13 is folks, when I come out with this Superstar Decoded, I'm going to show you stuff you've never seen before. Stuff that I was like, I couldn't believe what I found. I found the crown that the Christ wears. That story. Because the Christ is the sun. But it's tied to the number 13. and it's patterned after the sun. And of course, Leo, the lion, the 5th zodiac sign. What's the lord of Leo? The sun. And that symbol of Leo is in the pattern of the sun. I'm going to show that to all of you with a real tangible photographs of the sun, not just a graphic, real photographs. I was so in awe when I found this stuff. And I've been decoding for days, like nonstop. I've had to literally force myself to take a break because I've just been so sucked into this stuff. Whew. It's unreal, the stuff I've found. So if you don't have any planets in any of the houses, it's okay. You still have the zodiac signs that will provide energy to those houses. But then, those houses have defaulted positions. So for example, Aries is by default in the first house. So you got to look, that's your identity. That's tied to your ego and your identity. That's where your rising sign is at. So you got to look, where's your Aries at? Your zodiac wheel it spins. So you got to locate where your Aries is at. So your identity, your ego is going to move wherever you were born. It's going to be in a certain house, and it's going to express itself through those. Some of you have Aries in the 8th house, which means it's going to get a little bit of a Scorpion energy in there. Some of you have Aries in the 10th house, which is Capricorn energy. So it's Aries and Capricorn. So it's very intricate, but it's really simple. Once you can start to see you need to understand the default, like 1 plus 1 and 2, 3, 4, 1 through 9, that's the default spread of the numbers. The 12 houses go counterclockwise. That's by default. Jeremy, the reason why I don't turn on Super Chat is because YouTube, and I loved YouTube, and a big shout out to YouTube, they take 30% of the Super Chat, which I get it, it's a business, but I just don't feel that's fair. I think that's very unfair. They take 30%. That's quite a bit of a chunk. So I'd rather just, I just take donations and whatever, I mean, they make enough, I feel anyway. That's just my opinion, but that's the reason why I don't have it. And a big shout out to YouTube, man. Thank you very much for allowing me to broadcast with my channel, and much love to YouTube, I mean, if it wasn't for YouTube, we wouldn't be doing all of this stuff. So I love YouTube. I have nothing bad to say about YouTube, but I don't use all their functionalities, and that's one of them. Do solid copper cuff bracelets really do more than you think? You're Rick Green? I don't carry. That's Carrie O'Brien, I think, with the Rolling Stones emblem. I don't know what that means. Copper's amazing. I have a copper. What do you call it in my refrigerator? Like a copper bottle, and I drink from that. Keep cold water in there. Copper's very important. It's actually part of the trace minerals that you need to take in every single day. Jeremy, 4 planets in the 10th house, Aries. Well, I'd have to see what, folks, it's not that easy just sprouting out what it means to have 4 planets in the 10th house. The 10th house is the service to the world. That's Capricorn. See, folks, let me just show you. Just those of you, this will apply to all of you, by the way. It's not just Jeremy asking the question. All of you can benefit from this. So let me tell you. And we're going to do it with pictures, because it gives us, we all think in pictures. Like when I say, what's the color of your car? You instantly get a picture of your car in your mind. We think in pictures. So that's why the tarot is so valuable. Okay, so the 10th house in astrology, which by default, there's 2 charts. There's the as above and the so below. The so below, Capricorn sits at the top. The as above, it flips and Cancer's at the top. But in the so below, the natal chart that we all have when we came out into this world through our mother's womb, Capricorn is at the very top of our charts, give or take. The 10th house is the service to the world. It's what you came here to do to help the world out. The 10th card in the tarot is this one. It's called the Wheel of Fortune. And the tarot's telling you, this is their opinion now, that you spin the wheel to determine your fate. And the symbolism has the 4 faces that are talked about in the Bible, Ezekiel 1 verses 10. So you get theology inside this tarot card. And then you have in the middle, you have the wheel, which has the Yod He Vah He on it. So now you get some Judaism in there. And you have the angel at the top and the demon at the bottom. Good cop, bad cop. You see, so this is telling you, you spin the wheel to determine your fate. House number 10. That will be your service to the world. That will, of course, tie to what you do for a living, which is going to be, spread out over the course of your chart, tying into house number 2, house number 5. There's a lot of layers. And then where the zodiac wheel is, depending on if it's changed. Some of you have defaulted natal charts, which match up with the as above or so below charts in their default positions. But this is the power of astrology, and when the tarot comes into this, and how the placements of this stuff will give you so many keys to your kingdom. Okay? So card number 9, house number 9 in your natal chart. If you open up your astrology chart, if you pull it up and you look for house number 9, now we know through numerology that number 9 is the wisest of all numbers because it is the culmination of the 0 through 8. And the card that represents the number 9 is the Hermit card, of course, because it's the old man on the mountain. It's the wise one, the sage. It's the wise card. And this card and your house number 9 is where you will download your information from. It will be what is kind of like your handlers, in so to speak. It's your higher mind. And what rules the 9th house? Jupiter. Jupiter is the Lord planet of house number 9 for everybody. It's the biggest planet. Biggest planet, smartest card, number 9 in numerology. You're starting to get the picture. The zodiac sign, that's the number 9, is Sagittarius. Now, those of you that are Sagittarius, don't try to get egotistical and think, oh, well, I'm a 9, so I'm the smartest zodiac sign. That's not the way it works. But I know that Sag, wherever your Sag is placed in your particular chart, it's going to tell you a lot about how you roll with your mind. If you I have Sagittarius in my first house. And that's why I've traveled all around the world. Sagittarius is the great traveler. How do you get smart? How does this card get smart? It sits in a freaking library and just goes through books for endless amounts of hours. That's how you get smart. How do you get smart in the world, like street smarts? Experience, moving around, shaking, doing things. I like street smarts. And that's all in the Hermit card. So essentially you have Jupiter running this card. Now stick with me on this. Jupiter by default runs this card. And I'm going to tell all of you that the reason why the story of the Christ is December 25th is because it's tied to this card, the winter solstice. Because December 21st, which is the start of the winter solstice, is tied to the number 9. So what is after Jupiter's Hermit card in the 9th house? Well, it's Saturn's number 10, the father time. So we go from 9 to house number 10. We go from the Hermit, and it gives all its wisdom to the wheel. And it says, hey, Dad, because this is the sun, Jupiter, and the father is Saturn. The 10th house for everybody is lorded over by Saturn and the zodiac sign Capricorn. 10. Remember, 10 is the number of the binary system, zeros and ones. And that's why Saturn is known as Father Time. So what you have is you have Jupiter, the son of Saturn, giving its energy, its mind, to spin the wheel and determine the fate of what's going to come out on there. So if we do play off a karma, and I say if, it would be involved in the 10th house and your personal service to the world. Not mine, not a collective, a solo position on the world stage of spinning the wheel to determine your fate. And that's why you need to look at your blueprint. You need to look at your 10th house and your 9th house. Like, where are your higher ideas coming from? Do you have any planets there? Where's your Hermit card? Where's your Sagittarius on your natal chart? That's going to be your higher mind. And then some of you, if you have Jupiter in the 9th house, Jupiter is there by default. If you have Saturn in the 10th house, Saturn loves to be in the 10th house because it's his house of his home. It's the 10th house. It's his default house. So that's how powerful this stuff is when you synchronize it. And then you can add in the cards of illumination. And this is a more advanced, this is what I do in my readings, but let me just tell you, it is just absolutely mind-blowing when you synchronize everything like this in your personal blueprint. It's freaking amazing. Okay. So I hope that helps some of you. What does it mean if I have my astrology chart flipped? There is no such thing as flipped. It's just read from where the zodiac signs are on your chart. All you need to know, the basics, ladies and gentlemen. What does number 1 mean? What does number 2 mean? What does number 3 mean? All the way around to 12. What do these numbers mean in numerology? Go read about the numbers. A good website's called Affinity Numerology. Solid. I don't know whose website it is, but it's solid. It's got the basics. And then even if you have a basic fundamental understanding of the numbers, then you'll have a basic understanding of the houses of astrology, because astrology is numerology and vice versa. Eduardo Sanchez, I have the moon in the 9th house. Awesome. That means that your Cancer energy is up there hanging out with Jupiter's energy, because Cancer and the moon are by default. Jupiter is Zeus, son of Saturn. In that story sense, Grave, you are absolutely correct. Glenn got Venus in my 9th house. Awesome. Moon in Sagittarius, 5th house. Yeah, that's another thing I want to tell all of you. I'm going to be very crystal clear on this as well, okay? Please don't just look at Western and think you have your blueprint figured out. You must I shouldn't say you must. It would be wise of you. It would be very wise and responsible to go into and look at your sidereal / Vedic chart, because that will give you another layer to the onion. You see, I am a Scorpio rising in the Western astrology system, but I'm not a Scorpio rising in the Vedic. I'm a Libra rising. When I go read about a Libra rising and a Scorpio rising, both of them are accurate for me. How is that possible? Because you see, folks, numbers encroach, astrology signs encroach, prime numbers encroach. And what does encroach mean? It means they blend together. They marry one another. So you must look at your Vedic, your sidereal. Folks, it is so freaking accurate. Let me just tell you. I wish I could do a reading for every single person on here. I would completely upend your life, and I would put I'd put a turbocharger on your life. That's how confident I am with my readings now. Because now with all the decoding and all, I see it now. I can see it. I can't see everything, of course. I miss things. That's why I love sitting down. I like sitting in a room with Santos. I really do. I'm like, we'll pull charts up. I'm like, hey, what do you see? It's cool. And he sees stuff different than I see. He's a great astrologer. But man, let me tell you, it's an art. It really is. Astrology and reading charts, it is an art. Because it's an art form. So, I think Satan and Jesus exist because of Age of Pisces. Satan and Jesus exist because people have made them exist. The idea is, it's called the self-fulfilling prophecy. If you study that in psychology, it means I come up with an idea and I call you on the phone. Hey, I got this great idea. And then I tell you my idea and be like, shit, Logan, that's a great idea. Yeah, I told you. And then you end up accepting my idea and instantly we create magic. A spark is ignited and boom, we have combustion. And now the idea is created. That idea will grow as long as energy is given to it. That's called magic. That's how magic works. The biggest idea on the world stage today, all of you know what that is? You know why it has gained so much traction? Well, there are many moving parts because everybody talks about, not everybody, but a lot of people talk about it. A lot of people spread the magic of that idea on the world stage. And they have made it real. Just out of thin air. Even if it is real, even if it isn't, placebo effect, that comes into play. So the very reason why these deities, energies, ideas, they all are real now because of self-fulfilling prophecies. It's magic. It's just magic. That's what it is. And most people don't realize that they're magicians. They're scared of that word. Like, oh, magicians are bad. You know, they've been persecuted with that bad stuff. All right. Vegas in the house. I love Las Vegas. Not for the partying. I used to love it for the partying. I just like it because there's amazing nature there and everything is open 24 hours a day. It's got great night weather. Parker 5780, I don't have any planets in house 4 through 9. Great, then that means you have a lot of energy in houses number 1, 2, 3, 5, 7, and 8. So if for those of you that have clusters of planets in your astrology chart, the job of that, your job is to transmute that energy. You have you have this energy. Like I have 5 planets, 5 in my 3rd house. What do you do with all that energy? You transmute it. Transmute it where? Well, you can transmute it anywhere, but the opposite house is right above it, is house number 9. So it would be wise to transmute it into house number 9. Folks, what am I doing on the world stage? This is house number 9. So I have 5 planets down here, just waiting to do something with it. If I push it up to the 9th house, what am I doing? I'm delivering information to the world. This kind of information. I feel it is. It's got a lot of research, a lot of energy. Folks, all I've been doing for years and years and years is studying and reading and researching and studying and reading and researching. I've been fortunate to not have a 9-to-5 punch in the clock kind of position. When people were working, I was at home reading, studying. I've literally been in college more times over. Like, if you want to call it that. Because it's part of my code. I was supposed to have this opportunity to do it. Just like you have very specific opportunities in your own personal life. Some of you don't know they're there because you're not looking at your charts and you're wrapped up in this world. And it's so easy to do because, as they say, life gets in the way. When I got here to Mexico last year, what I kind of did was I disembarked from the mainstream. I you know, a lot of people say, oh, I don't watch TV anymore, but you have an internet. It doesn't matter. You don't need that's stupid to say that, in my opinion. I don't watch TV anymore. You're on the freaking internet. It's the same thing. How about I don't pay attention to the mainstream? See, if you just turn that off, that means the attention that you used to give to that has to go somewhere else. Same thing with sports. I used to be I'm from Boston, okay? And if anybody of you knows a Boston sports fan, I was folks, I had a subscription to the Red Sox. I had every game on. That consumed me. It got my energy. It sucked me like a vampire. Sports are vampires, in a sense. And I was giving a lot of energy to these entities, these archetypes. And because of that, I was not doing other things. So now that I've literally given all that stuff up to a major extent of my life, I now give it into something else, which I put it into the esoteric. And I've been a fanatic with the esoteric, an absolute fanatic. Maybe some of you have done that as well. I'm reading some of your comments. Jesus is a metaphor for a battery, a metaphor for us. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, you and I all have good cop, bad cop inside of us. Every single one of us. If you open up your car hood and look at the engine, you're going to find a battery somewhere on the side probably. That battery has a positive and a negative side to it. That is good cop and bad cop. Very basic. Inside your body, you have your blood, and your blood operates at a very delicate pH balance. pH balance, which is in the very middle of being acidic or alkaline, is 7.365. 7.3, it's slightly alkaline. The air that we breathe is nitrogen, primarily is nitrogen and oxygen. Nitrogen is the 7th element, oxygen is the 8th. That's between 7 and 8. That is slightly alkaline. So if you're going to go acidic, that's bad cop. Acid makes all of us decay. If you hang out in the acidic realm, you will decay faster. What is acidic? Satiation, partying, things that make you feel good. That's all acid for the majority of it. There are some things that make you feel good that are alkaline, but you get the point. And that's what we are wired towards. Acid. The name of the game is neutrality. Be in the middle. Don't play favorites. And that's how this reality works. Jesus and Lucifer are good cop, bad cop. And if you take one away, you will not have a game left. Period. If you pull the negative cable off your battery, your car will not start. Fact. It won't. If you get too acidic, you will die. If you get too alkaline, you will die. It may take some time. The middle is the way to win. That's going to be part of the if you want to know how to win the game of life, I'll tell you right now, neutrality. I'm going to show you the script. I'm going to show you in theology. Those of you that like theology, totally fine with that. I'm going to show you the scripture in the Bible that tells you how to win the game. Just one. That's it. One scripture. And I'm going to support it with multiple facets of things that absolutely are not even related to theology. I will use that to, like I said, I'm a trial lawyer going to trial, and I'm going to bring all my evidence to trial to convince the jury of how to win the game. So I'm going to bring my material like a lawyer would, a good trial lawyer. And that's what I'm going to present to all of you during this Prison Planet to Decode It. And again, not everybody is going to give me a thumbs up. I don't care about the thumbs up and I don't care, because I already know I get thumbs down right away. Those are the haters. And I just transmute the energy. It's just the joke's on them. It's just funny because I got plenty of haters. It's all good. They're just rookies, you know. So, look, I can tell all of you right now, ladies and gentlemen, and I came out with this, I think it was in my Prison Planet Decoded, the first one. One of the most famous scriptures in theology, if not the most famous, is John chapter 3, verses 16, which talks about everlasting life. What does everlasting life mean? And how do you get it? You get everlasting life by putting your faith in the Christ, putting the faith in Jesus, that character. It's what it says. Well, I showed what everlasting life, in my opinion, is getting recycled right back in the game. That gives you everlasting life. 42. Life, the universe, everything. Recycled right back into the game, which, folks, I'm being neutral to that idea because I can't. That may be the only way. The only way to life perhaps would be reincarnation, and that's it. There's no way out of this game. Now, I'm not saying that's true. That's an idea. But, when I was decoding Prison Planet 2 and I found the exit, like I said, I'm going to show you not just what I've just told you about the scripture, but I'm going to support it, and I'm going to show you with my life as the example. But I was sitting there, and that's when I got really emotional. So I was like, wow, I found it. I really did. I really found it. I found what I was looking for. I did. I found it. I got so emotional. And then I was sitting with that. And then I'm like, okay, I see, my truth is, I know in my truth now that this world that we live in is cyclical. It starts off in the golden age, and as time ticks, time decays. Satan is time because time is what decays everything. So as we move through time, things get used up. More miles on the car, more miles on the body. And at a period of time when this reality is like, Mother Nature, Mother Earth, the Mother Gaia, it's gotta regenerate. Because mankind is the virus. Let's be real and authentic about it. I mean, if you wipe your ass, you're and all of you do, you're part of cutting the trees down. Now you might say, oh, well, they'll just plant more trees. But, it's not just that easy. It's not just toilet paper that you and I are parasites off of. We're all parasites. That's a fact, by the way. It's not my opinion. So there's opinions and facts. The fact is that we're all parasites, all of us. And you can't help it. I can't help it. So I realized that, with this notion of golden age to dark age, and then it repeats. Like, man, I don't feel like we're living in the golden age right now. What would it be like? And if you were in the ether, whatever that looks like, and you were looking down, just using that as an analogy, and you were looking at Earth, and you were seeing everybody having a good time, and it's the golden age, and you don't have these, and I use this just funny, you don't have these morons running around living in fear, and that's what they're living through, and they're just trying to suppress you because they just are afraid that you're going to take over, and they're not going to have control and power anymore. That's gone during the golden age. Everybody's free. Do whatever. Imagine not having to get up and go to work. You do whatever you want. That's the golden age. Imagine having an unlimited supply of everything. That's the golden age. What would you do with your life? So I'm sitting there with these ideas, ladies and gentlemen, and I'm like, and I'm emotional now because I'm like, God, I found the exit. And then it was at that moment I'm like, okay, but do I really want to leave? You know, because like right now I'm having the time of my life, even and as crazy it is, as loony as this world is. It's very loony in some place. I'm very grateful for where I'm at. Some of you are very grateful for where you're at. Some of you are in crazy loony situations. So you may not be able to say that. But I'm very grateful for where I'm at. So I'm looking at it, as loony as crazy it is, it's pretty calm where I'm at. I've turned the news. The mainstream, I keep it at a far distance. It doesn't infiltrate my life. It doesn't affect my life like it does some people. And I'm just like thinking to myself, man, you know, the golden age comes. Do I want to come back? Because this body's not going to last forever. So like, you know, given the chance, would I come back? And you're looking over Earth and you're like, looks pretty sweet down there. And I remember all the good times I had, and you know, it would be cool to fall in love again for the first time, and you know, all those amazing memories that we have. And just really got me emotional, and it hit me hard at that moment. It's hard. I can't get back there right now, but it was pretty emotional. I was crying. It really was. I was really emotional to it. Because I was like, okay, now I have a choice. Like I'm looking at it like that. So that's what I'm going to end up sharing with all of you, you know, during this upcoming Decode, is that here's the exit. And then, you know, just remember that if you can just at least acknowledge this truth that we live in a cyclical kind of reality where it's golden age to the dark age. It's beginning, end, and then it just repeats. And the ending is just really, it's a tough time. The dark age. You know, for those of you that have a used car, you know, when you get those cars and they have a lot of miles on them and things start to break and you start to worry and you get in the car, like, is it going to start? You know, is my alternator going to charge my battery? Is my transmission going to fall out of my car? You know, is this spare tire that's on the car right now, is it going to last the next, I got to travel 100 miles. Is it going to make it? You know, that's like the dark age situations. But when you get into a brand new car, you drive it off the lot, the last thing you're going to worry about is if it's going to break down on you. Because it's a new car, right? You got pride of ownership. It feels good. You look good in it. Drives amazing. Everything's all new. That's what you're looking at. The difference in the variance is a new car versus a car that has like 150,000 miles on it. Who the hell wants, if you had a choice, you'd always pick the new car. Anyway, just kind of some analogies to focus on. Let me just see how my music's going here. Whoops. Okay. Comes down to yin and yang. That's right. Folks, the morning star is yin yang. It's black and white as it moves around us. It's black. It goes through yin yang because it has to go from night to day, night to day, night to day, night to day. And the moon has a lot to say and all that kind of stuff. So it's definitely yin yang. Shown this over and over in multiple different facets of the esoteric, sacred geometry, the tarot, numerology, prime numbers, math, Fibonacci sequences. They're all lined up in the script, all of it. It's all yin. We're all part of the yin yang down here in Wonderland. So the chessboard, the checkerboard, the Masonic, but that's not satanic. It's so stupid people saying that. Those are the people that you probably should not be following or listening to, are people that are still stuck in that mindset. And I want to be very clear, that's not me praising any of these esoteric society, these secret societies. I'm not part of any society. I am just me. I'm a free Logan. I've done all my own. I'm me, myself, and I, which I would encourage all of you to do the same thing. Become your own power. You don't need to give it away or be part of anything else and be influenced by anything else. Influence yourself. They don't want the flood, complete reset. Well, if you want my opinion on that, I don't think there's going to be a flood this time. It's going to be fire. You're going to have the element fire this time around to wipe the board clean. And that may happen. Just saying it's a theory. I'm not saying it's true. And the sun, I believe, is on a timer. And it's very possible that sun will go out. I'm reading your comments. Bobby, I'm going to be pulling cards in a little bit. I'm not doing cards right now. I'm just reading through some of your comments. Kind of just, it's been a while since I've been on, so I'll be pulling some cards here in a little bit. So just hold that. What's my take on voluntary exit? You know, folks, I know it's there's a lot of fine lines. A lot of you are having to make choices in this reality. A lot of you are being tested. And, you know, that choice of doing something and not doing something and the consequences that come with that. Maybe these are tests for you. If we have free will, maybe you're being tested with that free will to see which way you're going to go. I just couldn't answer that. I mean, really, you got to... But if you're talking about voluntary exit, meaning suicide, you know, I'm not a fan of that. If that's what you mean. I don't know if that's what you mean, though. Yes, Jane. Why did they name it scripture? Yes, the word script is in scripture. Absolutely. You know, do you think it's an accident now? Now, I want you to use your common sense and logic. Let me just first start by saying, in the original expressions in theology of the story of creation of Adam and Eve, there is the tree of life and the tree of knowledge. I have shown in countless decodes now that the tree of life in the original Hebrew spelling is the number 46, and the tree of knowledge is the number 47. They are in sequence, 46 and 47. What year do you think that the what are the texts they found in the caves? I have a mind blank now. They found the texts in the caves, in the Qumran caves. Somebody help me out here. I can't remember the darn it. The ancient texts that they say were from the Bible. The year that they found those in, if you go and research it, it specifically says they were discovered in 1946. Dead Sea Scrolls. Thank you so much, Lisa. The Dead Sea Scrolls. Go ahead and go do a search on that and go look at when they found them. 1946 or between 1946 and 1947. You think that's coincidental or accidental that it matches up with the numerology of the tree of life and tree of knowledge? No. It's all part of the script. And I want you to remember, folks, the damn scripts, hold on. Hang on one sec, folks. Those texts, that whole story came out thousands of years ago, but guess what predates that? The Egyptians. Predates that by like thousands of years. Then you get the Phoenicians and the Sumerians. People that are heavily involved in theology, Christianity, you know, and I'm not knocking those, I'm just saying in Judaism, those are so new age compared to some of the older stuff that predates it by thousands of years. And the story just is a whisper. It's like whisper down the lane. The story changes because guess what? In my upcoming decode of the morning star, guess what the morning star is? It's Ra. Abso-freaking-lutely, it is Ra. The sun god Ra is Jesus. And that's not a secret. But I can guarantee you from the research that I found, from my research, Ra is the Christ. Make no mistake about it. Same character. Same character. Which one has seniority? Ra does, because it's older. Come on, folks, if we want to be really tit for tat here, and really, I'm being really tit for tat, what is the older manuscripts? Ancient Egypt. Far predates any of the story of the Christ. Thousands of years. We're talking about the Christ being born at 0, and you're talking thousands of years before the 0. Ancient Egypt. Ra. That's where the story of the Christ came from. That's Ra. I will show it. I'm going to support that. Again, I'm going to be going to trial. I'm going to be a lawyer. I'm going to present my evidence to the jury. And you guys are the jury. You guys are going to be the ones to make the decision on what you want to believe. You got to make the truth your own. "88 constellations, 88 keys on a piano. 88's tied to the number 39. 39's tied to the number 19. 19 is the sun card in the tarot. It's the sun. Yep. And guess who the boss of the sun is in this entire reality? Sirius. Absolutely. That's the boss's boss. Sirius. Brightest star in the sky. That's the boss of our sun. May even be the father of our son, or the mother of our son. Sirius. So yeah, Adam, return to Christ, enlightenment, exactly. See, the research that I've discovered in this upcoming presentation of the morning star, using real nature as the patterns around this research, not from what a book told you. I'm going to attach astrology and the biblical stuff to nature, show you where it really came from. All these ancient texts and all these scripts, it's all from nature. It's all paganism, and that's what, like I was raised the JW, and you know what they tell you? That's pagan. Don't worship that. That's paganism. That's exactly what you should do. That's exactly what you're doing. Christianity is worshiping the sun. Period. End of story, period, exclamation point. That's not even an opinion anymore. That's a fact. Now, if you're not a fan of the esoteric, if you're not a fan of real Gnosticism, you're not a fan of real truth, if you just want to keep your nose stuck in a book that you have no idea where it came from, if you just keep your book, if you want to just keep your mind in there in a little box, well, then that's totally fine. You got to make the truth your own. That's your reality. That's not my reality. I don't keep myself enclosed in that box. It's this Christianity is the worship of the sun. That's it. That's the truth. It's so easy. It's right. It's right. What do you think I got on my hand tattooed right there? What do you think that is? That's the sun. I was born on a Sunday. My numbers, my latitude, longitude, I've told everybody this, 41 degrees north, 71 degrees east. That's 4 and the 1 and the 7. That's the numbers of Lucifer. Does that make me the badass Satan, the devil? Am I the devil? Some people think I am. Some people think I'm a false prophet. I've seen now people are showing me videos of people actually making videos of me and other people saying that we're working for the devil. They have nothing better to do. They can't create. And all they can do is regurgitate. And the only way they can get popular is by slandering other people. That's what they do. It's just funny. It's funny. It's funny, man. It's just funny. It's just funny, man. I'm telling you, people, it's folks, did I tell you on the story of this tattoo, you know, like you want to talk about being scripted? So this is the sun, right? The guy who created this was from 20 minutes from my hometown in Massachusetts. The guy who originally made this design. And then when I went to get this tattoo, before I came here to Puerto, the tattoo artist's name was Leo. And Leo is the house that has the sun as its lord. It's just hilarious, man. I have fun with it now because it's just, that's what it wants you to do. You win the game, and winning the game is discovering the code. And then when you discover the code, you realize that you just sit in the middle and just observe and laugh and have a good time. It's party time. And it's just comical. And that, you know, the movie The Matrix had come out, and they told you in The Matrix, like, Mr. Smith was the defender of the Matrix. He wants to keep you inside the possibilities of those self-fulfilling prophecies. That's what it was. The gatekeepers. So, you know, then you realize, like, Neo and Mr. Smith, they're that's good cop, bad cop. And if you side with Neo, you're actually still staying in the game. You got to just be in the middle and just look at both sides. That's the way to win the game. But it's challenging because we're geared towards taking a side. But that's the very one thing you don't want to do. Oh, man, I'm telling you. Heaven, the word heaven is 27, which is tied to the word currency. The word currency is 27. Heaven is 27. It's tied to the sun. And I'm looking at these comments. Thanks for all your comments. Folks, I just want to say all this. And again, these are my opinions, okay? There is no disinformation. I want to be very clear on that. And you heard me say, like, what do you mean? Of course there is. No, there's not. There is just information. That's it. Star Wars said there is just the Force. That's it. Whatever you use it for, that's the deciding factor. That will then define, it will bolt on to the Force. You will give the Force an identity. So when you take the information that you decide upon as your truth, you end up giving it an identity. You make it real in your life. It becomes part of you. Some people will say that your truth is bullshit. Some people will say what you believe is crap. It's not true. You're believing lies. And then you can turn around and you can observe that same person that says your life is bullshit, some of your stuff is not truth, and you can do the same thing for them. And then you have to then sit with both of those people and say, who's right? Who would be right? Well, the answer is pretty clear. Both of them are right. So it just ends up being a contradiction. It leads you right back to the essence of everybody walking this planet is right. No one is wrong. And there is no such thing as disinformation. There is just information. There is no such thing as deception. There is just influence. That's it. You know, NASA is the classic example of deception. No, NASA is just an influencer. NASA is no different than Kim Kardashian. She's an influencer. NASA influences you. You either believe it or you don't. That's it. That's it. There's nothing in between. I'm going to be coming out. These are obviously deeper philosophical ideas, right? And again, I'm not saying it's true for you. And I'm not saying that to be liked. I'm not saying that to get votes. I'm not saying that to get thumbs up. I don't care. I'm just saying it. It's just influence. How many religions are there on the world stage? Over 10,000. Can you believe that? Over 10,000 known religions right now on the world stage. What the hell happened with the first one? Has anybody even thought of these ideas and sat down with that idea, that notion? What was wrong with the first one? The first one should be the most pure one. Nope. 10,000 more now. Which one do you believe in? Well, I side with Oscar Wilde. Oscar Wilde, the great poet, he said, everything popular is wrong. I kind of agree with that. When something gets popular, it's curtains. Too many people, too much energy. That's why it says, like the scriptures say, broad and spacious, and then cramped and narrow, You want to be like the eye of the needle, where no one's looking. That's where you're going to find the cup of immortality. What was the first religion? I don't know. I have no idea, and I don't think anybody could ever prove to you what the first religion was. Some of the oldest we know is Zoroastrianism, and I think that's probably the oldest, that one, and then you have the oldest ancient text is Hinduism. According to history, Hinduism has the oldest known text. Hinduism does. Not Christianity. Nope. Hinduism. So if we're going to go to with this notion of, like, if you're going on the car lot and you're buying a used car, the very first thing that you're probably going to ask the salesman is how many miles are on the car. I sold cars. How many miles are on the car? That's going to determine the value and if I'm going to buy it. How many miles are on the religion? How old is it? The older something is, the closer to the source it will be. That's pretty common sense. It's got a lot more miles on it, though. There's a lot more information bolted onto that religion because it's older. So there's a lot of miles on it. So it is a contradiction. It's a catch-22. And that's why, again, I feel that in this day and age, and this is part of Prison Planet and the escape of that, you cannot be attached to any of these archetypes. You can't. Too dangerous if there is a sense of that. Like of winning the game. You want to be free. You want to be free of everything, free of information, free of attachments, free of addictions, free of habits. You want to be balanced. You want to be in the middle. And the only way to be in the middle is not to have anything kind of attached to you. So if you're someone who just, some people are just born to move towards a religion. It comforts them. That's their code. It's not a matter of trying to convince anybody. I'm just spewing out my opinions. And I clearly state this. These are my opinions. You do whatever you want to do with it. I'm not saying that you're wrong in what you believe, because there is no such thing as being wrong. One of the greatest philosophical things I have ever adopted in my life, and it was through Landmark, so I give them credit, and that is through Werner Erhard, the great Werner Erhard. He said, everybody is right. Everybody's right. It was just a very freeing moment for me when I accepted that as a truth. Because if you and I sat down together to have a conversation, you're not going to agree with everything that I say, and vice versa. So who's right? Well, at the end of the day, when you go to bed and you turn off the lights, you're right. And same with me. I mean, I can admit when I'm wrong, of course, and I've been wrong many times. I've gotten it wrong in the sense of wrong, like 1 + 1 = 2. But as time moves and you start to become more enlightened and you kind of wake up in that sense, you can really start to be authentic with yourself and realize that the human being experience is inauthentic in its default position. We are not authentic people. We all lie. We all do things that are not right. And those of you that say, "Oh, I don't do any of that stuff," you guys are the worst. And that's just more of, the whole landmark experience, saying that life really is about looking good. That's your identity. Your identity doesn't want to look bad. It always wants to look good. It can't look bad, because if it looks bad, you end up moving into a state of fear, and that is a bad feeling. Hey, what's up, Jordan? Big shout out to Waters Above Crypto. My man. Dude, make sure you call me tomorrow because we got to do another podcast. Much love. Big hugs. There's a great dude right there. If you're not subscribed to Waters Above Crypto, get over it. If you're a fan of crypto, cryptocurrency now, but even if you're not, just listening to Jordan's voice, Jordan has one of those soothing voices. He's so just good at his vocabulary, and man, just an awesome dude. So big shout out to Jordan. But Jordan, give me a call tomorrow. But if you are a fan of crypto, that reminds me, let's talk about that. Let's talk about that. I want to talk about that, because I want to show you what the tarot's got to say about blockchain technology. And it's just all part of the same story rewritten. If you're going to be part of the new story, the new age, then there it is. And hang on, folks. All right. Where's my card? I want to show all of you what the tarot has to say about blockchain technology. And since Jordan's here, give him credit, because we were talking our last podcast together, we were talking about NASA and the deception and influence, and if Jordan's still down with that, that's going to be our next probably highlighted topic, is deception versus influence and the difference between the two. Why can I not find this damn card? Did I drop it? Oh, there it is. Okay. So here's what, since we're talking about crypto, okay? And I want to obviously give some attention to Jordan because he's so great at what he does. He has found patterns in this reality using the sun and moon. So forget about the matrix. We're talking about nature that he's found that are tied to numerology, which is the science of numbers. And he's found them tying into the patterns of the markets, how they go up and down. So if you want to be a trader and earn some currency that way, then go sign up to his masterclass. He's got a masterclass if you resonate with that. And, but folks, I know a lot of people that don't have crypto. You know why they don't have crypto? Because they feel it's from the devil, or whatever their reason is. And of course it's from the devil, because everything here is from the devil. You're the devil. I'm the devil. We're all little devils down here. So it's kind of a contradiction. But people think money is the devil. Yeah, they're right. But they still use it every day. Why? Because it's part of the game. It's part of this reality. Some people don't use it. Of course, some people live off the land. They still poop in an outhouse. And for me personally, I'm not interested in that kind of lifestyle. That's not my style. If you want to play the game to a certain extent when it comes to that aspects, well, then you got to have certain things. One of them being money, cash. And cryptocurrency, unless there's a big fireball that comes down or asteroid hits the planet or some massive thing happens that completely wipes the board clean and the cryptocurrency never gets off the ground, well, okay, great. Then that's what happens. But if it does get off the ground, and it already has, all the major exchanges, PayPal, they're all accepting. If it does get off the ground, and those of you that are just fighting it tooth and nail because you just have this beef against it and you don't have any, and then it comes, and then nothing happens, and then we end up moving into crypto and you ain't got nothing, you're dead in the water, you're going to be kicking yourself for it because you weren't prepared. That's your choice, though. So they've already programmed all of us to use digital currency by swiping your card. The majority of people now. I mean, here in Mexico, a lot of people still use pesos, but the majority of places accept credit cards. All the major chains, they all accept credit cards. That's digital currencies. They've already programmed us for years now. So it will be an easy exchange when it finally goes to that realm of existence and we graduate to the next level of finance and we move into digital currency, which is going quantum. Quantum's 27 in numerology. How about that? Currency's 27, quantum's 27, Jupiter's 27. What is that? That's not a coincidence. 27 is tied to cobalt. Cobalt is the number 58. 58 is puppet master. So you can start to just dive into this and you can see it's all operated and all the machinations are all the same. But blockchain technology, how about that word? And that's the word used for crypto. Blockchain technology. Blockchain. Block and chain. Well, block in numerology is the number 17. Block. Just like the word life. Life is 17. And the 17th card in the tarot, giving us a visual, is the star card. This is us. We're all the stars. Star is born. Rock star, movie star. Sports star. This is tied to the word block, tied to the word life. What about chain? This is the humor now. This is where it gets funny. Chain is the number 15. What's the 15th card in the deck of the tarot? It's the devil card. And you know what? Some people are automatically going to just side. Oh, there it is. I knew it. It's that sneaky devil. That sneaky devil. And that's why if you own crypto, you're gonna die. You're dead. It's dead currency. This is what the word chain's tied to. And then when you look at the card, what's wrapped around the necks of those two people? That is the representation of all of us. The chain. And what is the chain tied to? The block. Blockchain technology. 15. Isn't that funny? It's funny. I just think it's funny. So you have these two cards right here. Blockchain technology. And folks, this is what runs your cash that you were using before. This is what runs your credit cards, Capital One, no offense, Capital One, American Express, Discover Card. They're all run by this energy, the 15, which is red shift, blue shift. Remember, this is the 15th card. 5 is blue, 1 is red. It's on the cop cards every time you look at the police. Blue and red is telling you what it is. It's the devil. Blockchain. It's right there. Blockchain technology. Boom. That's the visual we get. That's the humor in this reality. That's why I said the architect's a comedian. God's a comedian. Abso-freaking-lutely it is. God is a comedian, a stand-up comedian. And it's laughing at all of us. Just like you laugh at stand-up comedians. Yeah. Because they make fun of this reality. And that's what the architect does, or architects. Makes fun of all of us. And it does it through all this humor, through the cards and this, and through the astrology and numerology and the patterns and the script that it wrote. It's just funny. Oh man, I'm telling you. It's freaking great. Yep, MasterCard logo is the Vesica Pisces. Absolutely it is. And the Vesica Pisces is tied to the sun. I'll be showing that in my upcoming presentation of the Superstar. It's tied to the sun. Excuse me. Yeah. Let me show you that again. Let me pull that back out. Damn, how did I just... So, just so you know, folks, where the hell does the card go now? Damn. I move them around when I get excited. Oh, yeah. So, the word exit. Because we're going to be talking about Prison Planet 2 Decoded, and one of the topics is how to exit the game. Well, the word exit is, in numerology, the number 15. That's the 15th card. Exit the game. Take the chain off. The chain represents your beliefs. You're chained to the game. Now, again, you're kind of forced, in a sense, to play the game with these things that we utilize in our lives called money and stocks and bonds and contracts and all this other kind of stuff. And so, I think, partly to win the game is you got to really be loose with everything. Let me just turn my... Okay. All right, let's look at some of your comments. Thanks, Jordan. Call me tomorrow, brother. You gotta be, George Carlin was, his birthday and all that stuff, man. It was like the architect came down to be George Carlin and be one of the funniest comedians of all time. I firmly believe that. And he lived through George Carlin. And, imagine being one of the funniest comedians in stand-up on the world stage, and then you get to sit in front of a crowd and entertain them with your voice and make them laugh, and seeing the responses of people laugh. It's got to make you feel good. And that's the energy. That's the energy flow of frequency and currency going back and forth. Thanks, Bobby Vincent. All right, so how many people we got on here? Not as many as usual, but okay. All right, so what I'm going to do now, folks, because I got some time to do this. I'm going to jump into it. Everybody ready for a little sneak peek of Prison Planet 2? I randomly picked a few different slides from Prison Planet 2. So is everybody ready? I'm gonna jump into that in a second here. Thanks everybody for joining in tonight. I appreciate each and every one of you. And good night to Jordan. That's right. I'm going to read what Jordan said because he has some great words of wisdom. He says, remember to wake up tomorrow and be grateful for this beautiful experience we are all sharing. And that's the layer of reality you want to get into. You want, this coming Friday, I got new t-shirts that I got from my sponsor, the Healers Project. And I got them coming. I'm going to be sporting those next Saturday. on what's your question number 21, which is a special one because 21 means the world card, and tied to Saturn, tied to Zeus. But I have some new logos coming out, and one of them is called Gratitude Junkie. I have the t-shirt here, the blue one. I got a gray one coming, but that's what I would all encourage you to do based upon, again, what Jordan says, be grateful. Folks, how much gratitude do you have in your life? Because this reality just wants to be acknowledged. Everything in this reality is looking for one thing, and that's acknowledgement. Even if it doesn't breathe like we do, even if it doesn't eat like we do, even if it doesn't have emotions like we do, it still wants acknowledgement. That's how I feel it anyway. Because if you really were to take away the fine detail that our eyes give us, and you just go like what the Matrix shows you, just all green and plasma and just, colors. What are all these layers around you? What would they look like? Would they have a color? Or would they colorless? But everything's looking for acknowledgement. So, and I've said this, when you get into your shower and you're washing yourself, what are you doing in the shower? What are you thinking about? A lot of people say that some of the greatest revelations of their life come in the shower. So we know there's a lot of thinking going on. Well, do you give gratitude to your hot water heater that gives you a nice hot shower when you get in there? How about the shower head that drains the water on you every time you take a shower? Do you ever talk to the shower head? Probably not. Most of you, that's dumb. No, it's not. It's an archetype. That shower head gives you so much pleasure. Talk to it. How about when you're brushing your teeth? Are you giving gratitude and thanks to the teeth that chew your food, that have done that throughout your entire life? Without those teeth, you wouldn't be enjoying all that great food that you've tasted all these years. How about the chair you sit in? Pad your ass as you sit in the chair and work away. Do you talk to your chair? Give it thanks. I talk to these cards. Every time I put them away, so I wrap them up. I have this thing I wrap them in. When I wrap them up, I give thanks to, I thank you. And when I pull them out, I joke with them. I'm like, it's time to go to work. Thank you for your service. What people are getting, what people are in the habit of doing, I find it regularly, is when I say, yeah, I was in the United States Air Force. You know what I normally get? Thank you for your service. Why do we say that? Because you're in the habit of saying it. You were programmed to say it. That's how programmed people are. That should tell you what they end up doing with their life. Thanks for your service. But that's what I tell the cards. Thanks for your service. After I do a reading, thanks for your service. Thanks for telling me what's going on. They just want acknowledgement. Just because it doesn't have lungs and 2 legs and 2 arms, and these cards are alive. Magic works through them, just like the Holy Bible, the Quran, the Bhagavad Gita. They're all magic spell books. All of them. So, live in a state of gratitude. Turn that word junkie into a really positive trait word. Gratitude junkie. Be a gratitude junkie. Everything deserves acknowledgement in this reality. Christine Buckley, yeah, you want one of the t-shirts. Yeah, the website is, here, I'll put it in there. It's called thehealersproject.com. There it is, thehealersproject.com. Greasy, what specific song is playing? Yes, I have, no, I haven't, actually, I have a space. No, it's all Dream State Logic. Yeah, this is all Dream State. This is one of my favorite artists. I think the guy's from Arizona, or he lives in Arizona. I don't know. But I love Dream State Logic. In my presentations, I exclusively use Dream State Logic for the presentation material. I usually use just one song, which is a very long one, and I loop it over and over, but it's just very, very catchy. It's soothing, draws you in, it gives you a better experience. So, yeah. I appreciate all of you too. Thank you very much, Christine. And yes, I do love the word hedonism. All of you should be living through a life of hedonism. Hedonism, not in the sexual sense, although that's not a bad thing, but hedonism where it's the pleasure principle, where when you wake up and you cannot wait to get out of bed. You can't wait to start your day. That's hedonism. Because you're in such a high state of bliss. And you're like, man, just what is this day going to give to me today? I'm so grateful for it. That's why I'm saying it's like, okay, imagine you find the exit to leave this place. This is what I was sitting with when I found what I found, that I'm going to share with the world in my upcoming Decode on Prison Planet 2. Will be one for the record books. And thank you for everybody that supported Prison Planet #1. It got blown out of the water. One of my fastest growing watched videos besides 33 Decoded. This one's going to top that one. I promise. It's more dialed in. And it will show the exit strategy. But again, sit with this idea. It's like, you know how to get out now, but then you're in such a state of bliss when you wake up. You feel good every day. Because, like right now I'm closing in on 50 and I'm not the same spring chicken as I once was. Aches and pains. I was leaving the gym today and I'm walking back home. And when I walk through the town in Mexico, there's a soccer field and there's kids playing soccer. And they're out there and they're moving and shaking, doing these calisthenics and exercises. And I'm like, man, I couldn't even do some of those now. When I'm in the gym, my movements are all controlled and slowed down and I just aches and pains. It hurts. Some of my exercises, I got to just grin and bear it, It's part of the idea of getting and going through time. When you get older, and that's why you become more of Satan, because time decays and Satan is time. And the older you get, you can get more irritated because you're like, oh, it hurts. And then when you hurt, when you have pain and suffering, you get more irritated quicker. I think everybody here would admit that. Those of you that are at the age of feeling pain and suffering, that when you get to that age and when you get to that layer of life, when you have aches and pains, when it hurts to lift your arms, it hurts to get out of bed till you get moving, it becomes more irritating. And that's more of your identity. But when you don't have aches and pains, you're more of your spirit because you're a free-flowing person. You don't have any worries and doubts and fears because there's no hurt. So you're more spirit when you're younger. As you get older, you move more into your identity because time gives you the opportunity to bolt on more of your identity. The older you are, the more identified you are. The older you are, the more experiences you've had, which end up making your identity stronger. And the stronger your identity, the more you have that kind of satanic aspect to you. And we got to have fun with this, right? I'm not talking about the satanic aspect where theology tells you about that. Forget all that nonsense. Because we are all the devil, folks. That's it. And you got to become the best little devil that you can become down here in this reality. And getting old is part of the game. It's the part I'm not a fan of. I'm just not a fan of that. But it makes you learn. Imagine you were 21 forever. What would you do with your life? If you knew you would be 21 forever, I can tell you what you would end up becoming. You would become bored with that. If you really sit with that. Imagine the game of life was perfect and there was no blemishes in it. You knew exactly what you were going to get every single day. That scenario would get boring. That old meme says, in heaven, all the interesting people are missing. So this contrast of duality here has a lot of dividends that it pays. Okay, so let me take a sip of my coconut water, and then I'm going to jump into the Prison Planet 2 sneak peek. Yep, we're Lisa Labonte. We are both the devil and the angel. Absolutely. Good cop, bad cop. That is called, if you're interested in alchemy, that's called the element germanium, which is the 72nd element, and that has an atomic weight of 32, 33. That's telling you the contrast between heaven and earth and the combination of both of those down here in this reality. And we are that. Absolutely. We are good cop, bad cop. So, all right, let me take one more question. Logan, do you experience oneness? Sure. Absolutely, I do. Okay. So let's get into the sneak peek of Prison Planet 2. Let me just jump into this. And here we go. So again, this is not in any, this is in no random order. Oh, hold on a second. I don't know why I did that. Hang on, folks. I think I have to, hold on, let me just turn this thing off. Okay. All right, so here is perhaps the main intro slide that I'm working with right now, of course, showing a prison. And this upcoming decode will have so many nuggets to it. It will probably be over, I'm probably going to guess it's going to be over 2 hours long. I'm just guessing that, though. All my videos are improv. I do not time any of them. I have none planned out. All I do is plan out the slides, of course, and then the topics and compile all that together, but I never know how long I'm going to go. But of course, as fate would have it, my life is coded. So if you look at the timestamps of the majority of my decodes, they're going to be coded. And it should tell you loud and clear my life is being used to bring all this information to all of you. But nonetheless, here we go. And again, these are in no particular order, but I wanted to just kind of, because religion is going to be a big part of this. And, you know, this is the most popular religion on the world stage. So I'll say that again. This is the most popular religion on the world stage. There is nothing more popular than this one right here called Christianity. Now, when you compare that and the contrast to, you know, finding the true essence of the way out, you know, like broad and spacious is the road leading off into destruction. Well, when you compare that to the most popular religion, that's the broad and spacious. That's not a no-brainer. That's a no-brainer there. These are the four ciphers that, and these are in no particular order, but let me narrate these and show you how they're tied into our reality. In the English ordinal to the left, the number 155, that number 155, of course, is the hierarchy of the 55. And 55 is, through numerology, tied to the word predestination. And the reason why it's showing that is because that whole story of putting your faith in the Christ is going to get you everlasting life. And that everlasting life is the reincarnation process. That is the incarnation-reincarnation process. And so the 155 is also, when you put that into the string of pi, is going to be found at the 314th decimal digit. So that's tied to pi. When you move to the second one called Francis Bacon, and you look at the number that it provides, the 181, which of course, it's not just any number, it's the 42nd prime number. 42 And what is 42? If you've been paying attention, 42 is tied to life, the universe, everything, going right back once again to reincarnation. Everlasting life tied to Christianity, the story of that. And, when you reduce down the number 181 using the rules of Francis Bacon, subtracting the number 52, as I have shown, you're going to come up to the number 25. And the number 25, of course, it's tied to the word adversary, by the way. The word adversary is 25, but it's tied to the onion and the ring maker, which is tied to the sun, which is part of the reincarnation process. Then we move over to the prime numbers, and you have the number 505. And 505 is 55. And 55, again, is tied to the word predestination. And last but not least, of course, Chaldean. Chaldean's the number 31. What's 31? That is tied to pi, 3.14. And probably the biggest standout of them all with this right here is that the city of Bethlehem, the birthplace of the Christ, the latitude, as in the latitude, longitude on the map, the latitude of Bethlehem is 31 degrees north, tied to the word Christianity. So you can see this is all part of the script. And as I had shown in my prison planet, I believe, and of course, the Christ battery, and I'm not taking anything away from how beautiful the expression of the Christ is. We can't take anything away from that. But we're trying to define this game here. And, obviously you can see the tight narrative with numerology and how powerful numerology is. And this is just 4. I could show you more ciphers. This is just giving you 4 different examples. But how about that 31 is tied to the birthplace of the Christ, which is where Christianity is heavily favored into, is that Christ figure. All right, so moving along, now we go to the next slide here. And this one is going to be tied to probably, I think the topic's going to be the game of life. I've been showing how important this game of life is. And noticing at the top there, the game of life is a 59. Going down to the card in the tarot matching the 59 is the 9 of Swords. And just to the left of that, the keywords for the 9 of Swords is Dark Night of the Soul. Nightmare. This is what this card is all meaning anyway. It's the nightmare. Like, you're up at night having nightmares. Well, again, does this tell us that the architect that comes down here to become man, it has nightmares as it enters into the game of life? Are we just part of its sleeping experience? Moving forward, just to the right of the card, the 9 of Swords, is the 59th element matching that 9 of Swords and the game of life in numerology. It's this element, praseodymium. This element is tied to Mr. Smith in the movie The Matrix. I showed this. Think about what I'm showing you and what I'm saying now. Mr. Smith is the defender of the Matrix, doesn't want you to know that you're asleep. And this element means green twin. This is where you're going to get the Green Goblin from in the comics. And that is going to give you the duality, the personality of the Green Goblin and the character in human form. If you go study that character, I have that coming out with this. Nathalie has, the decoder Nathalie has shown the Green Goblin a few times. If you follow her work, she got some great information. And then just to the right of that, of course, are the 2 words in the Greek where this praseodymium came from. These 2 words, which I'm not even going to try to pronounce, are in Greek and they mean green and twin. Notice that green is 27 and twin is 26. They're in sequence with one another. And right above the number 27 is the element cobalt. Cobalt, if you go research cobalt, that's the chaos and order element, by the way. That's why as abbreviation is C and O, representing chaos and order. That is what we all experience down here. 27 is tied to the word currency. That's what we all make up. Currency is made up of chaos and order down here in the game of life. And cobalt has a few different atomic weights. One of them is 59. The other one's 58, leading to puppet master. But cobalt has an atomic weight or isotope of 59 tied to that game of life. And then we go to the next word in the Greek, which is from the word twin. And this praseodymium, by the way, means green twin. That is the good cop, bad cop. When the architect comes down here, or the fallen angel comes down here to become man, it must live out this reality through the good cop, bad cop, having the dualistic nature part of this game. That is part of the script of this game. There is no escaping that. And the number 26, meaning twin, is tied to the 26th element, which is called iron. And what is in our blood, ladies and gentlemen? Yes, it's the element iron. We all have it in our blood. The blood is the most sacred thing that we all have inside of our bodies, and it is a very delicate 7.365, right around there. And that is why we must become balanced, and neutrality is the way to win this game. If you favor one of those sides, if you favor being too much of a good guy, too much of a bad guy, that's how you lose the game. I know that may sound strange because most of you are like, no, I need to be a light worker. Well, if you become too much light, you're going to be consumed by the light. And then you'll have no identity here. So the black and the white are both essential, crucial points in this reality. The green twin. The reason why it's green is because when the light spectrum enters the eye, that is the color it will pick up. As a matter of fact, if you go study the light spectrum, when it goes inside the black sun, which is called your pupil, it's going to pick up the color known as lime green, which is the main color of a tennis ball. That's why the color of a tennis ball is that color. The color of a tennis ball used to be white, and they switched it to that bright line. That's the color. That color of a tennis ball is what your eyes will pick up first. And that is why it's so relevant to this 59 and this element called the green twin element. And it's tied to this element number 26, which is tied to the iron in our blood. And the most important standout of this 26 is the weight of iron, which is 55. And that is tied to the word predestination. The word predestination in the Chaldean numerology is the number 55. All of our lives are scripted and they live out through predestination. That's why when you start to decode yourself, you will find your life is scripted. You'll find it if you'll look for it and if you're authentic with yourself. Some people are in denial. They just can't accept that. That's totally fine. I'm not here to force it upon anybody. And that leads into, and I did a decode on this. This is absolutely mind-blowing and massive. And it will be during this upcoming presentation of Prison Planet Part 2. It is the blood types. And there are 8 different blood types. I went over this in a decode on my Random Thoughts number 6. If you're interested in watching a little bit more in this, but I will be going really extensively into the blood types and how it's related to the game of life. You see, folks, Japan has so much to say to our reality, and it may just be the country of where we all first incarnated into this reality, because you see, Japan is known as the rising sun, the land of the rising sun. The flag of Japan, if you look at the bottom left-hand corner, there's a samurai right there, and behind the samurai is that red dot. And that red dot, if you go study Japan, they're going to tell you on the flag of Japan is white with a red dot. They're going to tell you it's the sun, because Japan's known as the land of the rising sun. And what are all we? We are all offspring of the sun and the moon. The sun is the architect, the boss. We are essentially feeding the sun. We are the batteries, the cells of the battery. The battery is the sun and the moon above us. We keep those charged. Our activity, our emotions keep the sun and the moon charged. That is our role down here. So Japan is known as the land of the rising sun. If you research Japan, if you notice in the dead center of this graphic, it says Japan has been inhabited since the upper Paleolithic period, which is 30,000 BC. That's how old this is. And notice the number, 30,000. 30 is the main standout number. And just above that writing is the yellow element called zinc. Zinc is an essential element in our body. You must take zinc in. It's a fighter in the body. It's very, very good for the immune system. Very good. Zinc is tied to the 30th card in the medicine deck, if you've been paying attention, which is the rabbit card. We all went down the rabbit hole. Follow the white rabbit, Neo. The rabbit is tied to the moon, and the moon is tied to the sun, and this element is tied to Japan because zinc is tied to the number 113. Just to the left of zinc is the number 113, and this is a special number because it is the 30th prime number. And this means that zinc is tied to the number 113. The element in red in the very middle below the text is this element called nihonium. This element was discovered in Japan. That's why they named it nihonium. Nihonium, it comes from the word nihon, which means Japan. The average isotope of nihonium is 286. And right below that, ladies and gentlemen, are the 8 different blood types known to mankind. The A, B, the AB, and the O. Positive and negatives. Those 8 blood types in numerology equal the number 286, which is the weight or isotope of the 113th element known as nihonium, otherwise known as the element of Japan. Japan is known as the land of the rising sun. The sun is the controller of our blood. These are not accidents that Japan was told that were inhabited since the upper Paleolithic period, 30,000 BC, tied to zinc. Remember, if you watched my Angel Falls decode, I showed that the tallest waterfall in the world, called Angel Falls, is tied to the number 65, telling us the narrative that we're all fallen angels. And it's very possible that Japan, if you take the syllable of Japan, it's 2 syllables, it's Ja and Pan. And it may just be the dualistic nature that we all incarnated into. It's Ja, praise Ja, and then it's the god Pan. 2 separate deities. Japan. Very, very interesting, to say the least. And I have so much more to cover based upon this one slide right here. And this is my last slide of this sneak peek of Prison Planet Part 2, and this is the most important one. Those of you that stuck around, I saw a few people jump off, totally fine. Their loss. Folks, this right here was where I got really emotional, and I realized that part of my destiny was to deliver this code to the world. And whoever sees it, it's part of their code. Not everybody will see it. It's not my job. My job is to create this and then present it to the world, and whatever you do with it is whatever you do with it. But it is this scripture that wins the game of life. This is the scripture out of the entire Bible that will get you to win the game of life. It's going to give you the starting point of that. And it's Revelation 3, verses 16. Now, I want to point out to all of you, this is pretty big deal, is the chapter and the verse of this scripture. 3, verses 16. That is a direct match to the most popular scripture on the world stage, called John 3, verses 16, which tells you to put your faith in the Jesus character so you have everlasting life. The everlasting life means the recycling and reincarnation process, which may not be a bad deal, right? Because if you get to go back and it's the golden age, well, life may be a little bit better. But this scripture right here says, let me just talk this to all of you, and let me tell you the interpretation of this one by the church and by the pastors. You know what they're going to tell you is, you must be hot or cold. What the pastor's going to tell you, what the church is going to tell you, is you do not want to be lukewarm. That's the last thing you want to do. You want to be hot or cold. What does hot or cold mean? Well, you're either going to serve Jesus or you're not. Cold would be the devil. Jesus would be the heat. Hot, or the other way around. Hot as the sun, cold as the moon. Hot is daytime, cold is nighttime. That's the duality, ladies and gentlemen. That is the red pill and blue pill that you're going to be given a choice to take and swallow. But in my opinion, and folks, this is just one slide. I have a dozen more that will support why I'm saying this is the very one scripture in theology that will tell you how to exit the game. It is right here, and it is, you want to be lukewarm. Lukewarm means neutrality. Lukewarm means homeostasis in the medical world, which means that you are balanced. You are in a balanced state of mind. And the scripture says, if you're not hot or cold, if you're lukewarm, I'm going to spit you out of my mouth. What is the mouth? It's the blue, right? Because the throat chakra is the 5. And the 1 is the red. And the Revelation chapter 3 means pi. It means earth. And the total numerology of this right here, and I had to change it because it would end up reducing the 16 down to a 7, but in its authentic format, the Revelation 3 verses 16, the scripture that tells you how to exit the game, is a total of 58. And it's tied to that element called cerium. It's also tied to cobalt, which is chaos and order. Getting out of the game of life means you leave chaos and order. But cerium is the god of agriculture, which runs this reality. It's the puppet master. Puppet master equals 58. And it has an atomic weight, one of them of 141, which is pi, which is what we all live in. And that's what Revelation 3 means. Revelation 3 means you are living inside of the perfect circle, which is pi, which is earth, which is the belly of the beast. When you take Revelation 39 and you take the 3 and the 16 and you bring them into the elements on the periodic table that match up with those words in numerology and numbers, it's the element yttrium, lithium, and sulfur. Going over to that trusty calculator and you do the alchemy of those and you add them up, you're going to get the number that's circled in red there. Very bold. It's 127.906. On the feminine side of the decimal, which is the right side, you have the yin yang, which means it's very balanced. And then just to the left on the masculine side is the number 127. If you follow that red line, it's going to go down to that element on the bottom of your screen, element number 52, which is called tellurium, which has that matching 127. And the icon the Royal Society of Chemistry uses for the representation of tellurium is earth. And that's because tellurium comes from the word tellus, which means earth. So this scripture is clearly, absolutely, and emphatically telling you that if you become lukewarm, which means not taking any sides, you will be spit out of the game. And that's it, folks. This is how you win the game. You become lukewarm. That's it. And I have so much more to show you. So much more to show you with this upcoming decode. That was just a teaser for all of you. Just a little teaser. But I will be going in and showing you so much more support. Like I said, like going into a court of law and having to convince the jury. with my supporting evidence. I'm going to be showing you, I probably have over 100 slides with this one coming up. It is the most groundbreaking work I have ever discovered throughout all the history of my research career. It brought me down to my knees. It made me cry. It made me get emotional. And it made me realize, like I said, it made me appreciate life even more, because like, why am I here? And then if I had the option to leave this game, because, the only option you have really to leave the game is to, either take your own life or, just die. And then what happens when you die? Well, it's an opinion. There's nobody that can prove what the next step or stage is after you pass on. So all you can do at this point is prepare for your exit. What are you going to do with this information that gets presented to you to make your preparation to exit the game? Because a lot of you have expressed your desire to leave this game. You don't want to come back. But as I sat with this and I said, that's why I got really emotional, because I'm like, the game, I know the game changes. The game doesn't stay in this suffering stage forever, like the way we suffer. And the way we have to deal with these morons and these heartless entities. Because, again, like, folks, I got to, just to give you an example, I just went on vacation, and I went to this rescue center just down the street from where I live. It's called the Croc Zoo. It's a crocodile zoo, and they got turtles there, and they save animals. They have a lot of crocodiles there. And I got to pick one up, this baby crocodile. It was, I don't know, maybe like 3 feet long, 2 feet long. And the thing was like so cold, it was so cold. And I learned a lot about it, and I've become a huge fan. I get to see him in the wild. I get to get really close to him. It's really cool. And these reptiles have been here for a lot longer than human beings, it appears. Talking dinosaur, if there is such a thing as dinosaurs. Some people believe that there was no such thing as dinosaurs, but whatever. But there are reptiles. And what if there are reptilian human beings? I believe there are entities that hide, and there are reptilians that live. Do I believe that? Yes, I do. And, reptiles are cold-blooded. I learned that reptiles, they just completely don't even think. They just protect. They're instantly on fear mode. There is no thinking. It's instant fear with a crocodile/alligator. Works way different than a human being does. We have the ability to sit there and kind of mull things over. Not the reptilian. So if this reality got scripted by the architect or architects, and it decided like, hey, you know what? I'm bored with this reality. This game's it's boring me. So let's put a little twist. Let's put some non-loving entities in the game. Let's incarnate some reptilians. Let's see what happens. And I think that's what happened. And the game called for it, and now it's just like we're having to deal with this. And again, I'm saying this from the layer of a human being experience, but remember, as I have said, and again, these are my truths, whatever created this reality, this is not real to them or it. So whatever it creates down here in this reality, and then it comes down here to experience its own game, it's not even real. Which now you get into the show called Westworld. And you get to pay to go down and experience a reality and do whatever you want because it's not real. And that's why we have all the suffering and this craziness going on. And these entities that have no hearts, they're cold-blooded. They don't know how to feel like a human being. But yet that crocodile, I got one right off the balcony, right below my balcony. I live on the 3rd floor. Right below my balcony is like an extension of the lagoon. And there's a crocodile down there, a mother. And the little babies they just were hatched about a month ago, and they were only like this long. So cute. I got photographs of them, and they were on its mother's back. And the mother, I learned at the crocodile zoo, that the mother will only protect them for so long, and then that's it. They're on their own. That's it. But instinctively, the mother will protect the little baby crocodiles. So even a cold-blooded killer, a predator, because a crocodile is a straight-up predator, it's an apex predator, will still protect its young. It's not going to give a shit about you or I, especially if you go and you step in its territory. It lives off of fear. So when you take these notions of learning from nature and then you enter that possibility of reptilians living amongst us, guess what? You may not like these entities, but they're just living out their life just like us, and they are doing what they do best. I don't like it any more than you do. These crazy loony morons that like they're pushing this and saying like absurdities. But we don't know we only have a piece of the story. We don't know all of the story. We only guess at that kind of stuff. We don't really truly know what's behind the scenes. We don't. All we do is say, it's the Rockefellers, and it's this, and it's the Masons, and you have this, it's the Jesuits, and it's... Okay, but it's way deeper than that. Way deeper than that. Much deeper. People that are pointing the finger and blaming are just pointing at the surface. They're not going way deep. I'm interested in the entire wheel, not the spoke in the wheel. I want to know the machinations of the entire wheel. Don't you? You owe it to yourself. So these crocodiles run on complete instinct. They completely run on fear. They're triggered on fear. Fear. Fear, fear, fear. And so if we have entities that are kind of ruling over mankind in a sense, like, they're just living in fear, and they're afraid of you. They're afraid of you. And because of them being afraid of you and afraid of me, they put down these laws and these ridiculous, crazy things that none of us that have hearts, because all of us that are here, that are decoding, that trying to understand or understand this reality, we all have love and hearts. We're all warm-blooded human beings. We feel emotions. We don't operate that way. So it's very challenging to really sit there and be like, how can you be like that? So when for me personally, that's why I get out in nature, and I'm an animal lover, man. I love animals more than I do humans. I really do. I have no problem admitting that. Because humans talk, animals don't. I know they communicate, but they don't talk. But some of these animals, man, when you study the apex predators, they don't give a shit about you. They don't care who you are, what your identity is. They don't care where you're from. They don't care who you portray yourself to be, who you hide behind, what mask you hide behind. They don't care what you do for a living. They don't care how much money you got in the bank. They don't care what kind of car you drive, what kind of house you live in. If you go into their territory, they're going to fight. And so I believe this game is like you have these entities that are ruling in the shadows, and they're afraid of you. That's it. And they don't experience love like we do. So you're dealing with an entity that is not the same as a human being. And it's challenging. But yet, if you go into their home, they have offspring just like we do. And they love their offspring. So they have to love to a certain extent. And that's what I'm interested in personally myself, is the persona of all these entities. Like, why do they do what they do? I'm interested in all that. It's the air in me. I have a trine in the air, so, in astrology, so it's a no-brainer for me. All right, anyway, I've been on a lot of rants, so let's get into some of your comments. Yes, Draconian is another name for the reptilians, that's right. And they may have come in from, like I said, the script What the architect writes into the script, hey, I'm going to write in some reptilians. They're going to come from Draconian, and he's going to write a contract. The architect drafts up a contract with the Draconians, enters into a contract, and says, yeah, you can go down there. What am I going to get for it? And then the architect gets something for it. The Draconians enter into this reality, and then they get to do what they want to do. And just remember, folks, this reality is not freaking real. If you can use that as your base foundation, you'll kind of start to get it. That doesn't mean you just give up and like some people are born to go and be protesters. They enjoy doing it. So just go do that then if that's what you want to do. Some people they feel like they're born to go and be part of a religion. Okay, so go do that then if that makes you feel good. But really when you grind away all that stuff, right? And you look at how the machinations of this world works, it runs off of the nuts and bolts of the torus field. I showed this in the Virgin Decoded. It's positive and negative. It forms a magnetic field, which involves electricity and dielectricity, which is nature's trinity. It involves running off of currency. Currency is what runs our reality, and we're being mined for our energetic gold. The Greeks talked about this. They called it ambrosia. We are food for the gods. That's what they said. And I'm not saying that it's true for you. You have to decode this reality yourself and then make the truth your own. And that's not a cop-out. Your truth's going to be different from my truth. You know, I saw this post. I saw this post. Someone tagged me or something, or I got notified for this low vibrational person. It's the best way I can describe it. Who I unfriended on social media. I just don't resonate with low vibration like that. It was just like calling out Santos. Like just actually went out of their way to make a graphic and put Santos's face on there and then wrote all this bullshit about him. And I was just like, and I personally can attest to that because I've been in that space. I was once there doing that kind of stuff. So I can be authentic with all of you without being a hypocrite and say at a stage in my life, I was doing some of that kind of stuff. But anyway, as the story goes, you see, I moved here to Mexico, to this area where I live 5 minutes down the street. And what a blessing it is to be around Santos. And I'm not around him all the time. I told you he's a hermit. But if I go into his residence or we go hang out, I can tell you, all of you right now, and that guy is so like, he'll just tell the world everything. He's not afraid. He's very authentic. Very raw. We don't agree upon the same things. We just don't. We don't agree upon the same things. We don't like the same foods. We don't like the same kind of entertainment. We don't maybe not like the same kind of cars. We don't dress the same. But we're after the same thing. That's all that matters. We're after the same freaking thing. That's it. We're after the same thing, which is truth. And then you got to make the truth your own. But you get these people, it's just amazing. I just saw these posts and then I watched the video and I was in the video of just bashing, calling Santos. I was just happened to be, they pulled a clip of me when I did my interview with Santos on the Saturn-Jupiter conjunction that we did, the podcast. So of course they put my face on there and it was funny. But this bozo person, that's all I can say, bozo, just had to go out of their way to make a post and then video, this other person make a video and just, calling out and saying things that are just not true. Just assuming. And I'm thinking to myself, man, it's like, what kind of person do you got to be to actually go out of your way and just say all this nonsensical stuff that you have no idea what you're even talking about, and you're making yourself look like the biggest ass in the world. That's the world we live in, folks. And that's the challenging part of standing in neutrality, is looking at these bozos. That's the only word I can use. And maybe that's a kind of judging, I guess. That's just me being and pulling out my Mars card and me using my identity to give you this example. But it's these people that just, they call themselves like, oh, I'm after the occult and I study the esoteric. And then they're just completely assuming someone's life. It blows me away. And I'm just like, you're such a hypocrite in the sense of what a hypocrite is. You have no idea how the machinations of this world works. It's just unbelievable. And they call people like Santos is he's an agent, he's a disinformation agent. What? Where are you coming? What kind of space do you got to be in to come up with these stupid accusations? This is the world we live in, though. And you know what it is, ladies and gentlemen? It's just somebody trying to be right. It's somebody that is expressing their identity and they're trying to get attention. I can see it and I understand it or understand it of why they're doing it. I stand in a layer of neutrality, and sometimes, like I said, I got a little bit emotional. I ended up posting something, calling them out. Bunch of haters. You know, and it's like I get my fair share now, and because I get people that they're just jealous of the attention I get. What I like it's my fault people are catching on to my work and my research. I don't even monetize my freaking YouTube channel. I shut my monetization off. That should be a loud and clear bell whistle to people that are observing what I personally do on this internet. I don't even need to defend myself anymore. I know who I am. I know I'm a good person in the sense of good person. I do good things for the world. I help people. I've been a healer my entire life. I own that space, and I don't care what anybody thinks. I don't. And my contributions to the world are my contributions to the world. And I'm telling you that because I'm telling you that to look in the mirror and tell yourself the same thing. You don't need to defend your position on the world stage. Yes, sometimes you got to put people in check. Yeah, sometimes you gotta, unfriend somebody or block somebody. The block feature is great. Got a bunch of crazies running around. Folks, we are living through, right now, we are living through the zombie apocalypse. You're not gonna see, we may see them, but the zombies are walking amongst us. Right now, they are. We are living amongst zombies. And they're called people who are asleep. Sleepwalkers. And just remember, at one point in your life, you were asleep too. So you just got to observe these people and really try your best to be non-judgmental and, stand in the layer of neutrality and just observe and be like, that's their position. It's not your job to turn anybody over. It's not your responsibility to save anybody. It's not your job to wake anybody up. That is not your job. It's not your responsibility to do it. The only job or responsibility that you have is to save yourself. It's an inside solo journey job. Because essentially, this layer of life is a contradiction, because you see, you are the universe, you are the architect, and everybody else is as well. So it's you and everybody else, and it is you that has everybody else living in your world and vice versa. So that's the contradiction. Okay. So I get my trolls, yeah, I get my haters. It's all good. I know who they are. I just get people that just make up these it's just amazing, man. I really, it makes me appreciate life more because I realize that people see things differently than I do. And that's what causes conflicts. And then they assume. Like this one guy, he got a video of Santos doing a podcast with Killer Priest, and I ended up going on there for a few minutes because I was there with Santos when he was visiting me in LA, and Santos was wearing a shirt from my sponsor, the Healers Project. It's a black shirt, solid black, and in the middle of the shirt, and you can buy this t-shirt, is the heart. And the heart is made up of over 50 languages of the word love. All different languages, it's all the word love made in the shape of a heart. That's the t-shirt Santos is wearing on the Killer Priest podcast. And it just so happened that Killer decided to wear the color red. And guess what this bozo says? Oh, there's the satanic colors. There's the colors of Satan. People see what they want to see. And it's humorous. It gets funny. That's the only thing that I could do to make this life so fun and humorous, is look at these bozos and their assumptions and just kind of, it's a laughing stock, and they're just kind of, they're making a jackass of themselves. Super Champion Rocker, you called out Santos for being a fearmonger a couple years ago. Listen, like I said, folks, Santos is his own entity. He's his own person, okay? Like I said, and I don't agree with everything he says. I don't agree with all his beliefs. I don't agree with the way he behaves and he acts. That's not my life. I don't care. But that should not just say, well, his information is all bullshit because of the way he behaves and the way he acts. Folks, forget about all that. What is he telling the world? Don't just excuse the information that he's giving out to the world based upon what you don't like about Santos. That's stupid to do. Because you don't like the way he looks, or he's too this or too that, or he's not doing this right, or he's too angry, or he's swearing too much. Forget about all. That's what you don't like about him. What about the information he's bringing out to the world? That guy has been at it for decades. And he has really given so much of his time to this esoteric knowledge. That's what's important. He's done it tirelessly. He's under heavy persecution because of it. And people, because they don't like him or because they got rubbed the wrong way. Yeah, he's completely rubbed a lot of people the wrong way. But that doesn't mean he's wrong in his presentations. It doesn't mean that what he says is wrong and what you think is wrong, and doesn't mean he's a bad guy and all this kind of stuff. And again, you must make the truth your own, which is what I do. Like I said, I cherry pick. I'll take a little bit of that. Take a little bit of David Icke, I like what he's got to say. A little bit of Jordan Maxwell here, a little bit of this, a little bit of that, a little bit of what I've done in my research. And bam, I got my truth. Here's what I find. Here's my research. And I present it to the world. And then everybody that watches my presentations, then you should be cherry picking things from my decodes. You don't have to agree with everything I say. So I'm totally fine with that. I'm not looking for a 5-star rating. I'm not. And I don't claim, just like Santos, I don't sit here and say I'm a guru. Not interested in that title. So, Santos, super. Listen, folks, a lot of this stuff, some of these comments I'm reading right here, and some of you are not even putting your comments in here because you wouldn't want the public to see what you really thought. That's how inauthentic we are as human beings, and I even say that to myself. What we think, we don't even say. That's how inauthentic we are as human beings. That's how much of a joke this life is. The little voice in your head that owns you, a lot of times you don't even say what it's really thinking and thinking in your mind. And if you said it, you'd probably get rocked. People would probably be punching you if you really said what was on your mind. But you hold back. That's being inauthentic. That's in fear of your identity being exposed. That's the real deal. But yeah, Santos, he's a very raw, just give it, tell you exactly, like I'm doing this, tell you all about it. He's very open book. Rubs people the wrong way. A lot of people don't like him for that. But his channel's got over 200,000 subscribers. And I say that to people like, okay, well, what do you got? What do you got for subscribers then? If you want to go tit for tat, you want to play that kind of game. Let's give credit where credit's due. The guy's been at it for a long time. He's a good dude underneath. If you get to know him. See, most people, they don't get to know him. They just assume what they see on the screen. But if you get to know him in person like I have, he's a good, loving dude who really cares about this world. He does. And that's all that matters, folks. That's all that matters. Lena, yeah. When we judge, we're judging ourselves. Abso-freaking-lutely. But we separate our identifications, our IDs, and then we become a solo project. And so it's a contradiction. We are part of the one, but we are separated from the one. And that's our identity. That is your good cop, bad cop. You see, you have an ego. By the way, let me just show you. Just to give you guys further clarification on how beautiful the tarot is. How beautiful this tarot is. How it expresses the two main functionalities of our dualistic nature. Here it is. You ready? This is how beautiful the tarot is. We have, most of you would agree, we have an ego and we have a spirit. We have a devil, a Lucifer, and we have a Jesus. We have a Christ. We have a love and we have a fear. Here is the word ego in numerology. It's the number 15. The word ego in Chaldean numerology is a 15. Devil card. And of course, what's our opposite? Spirit. What's the spirit card? 19. The word spirit in Chaldean numerology equals the number 19. That should tell you loud and clear. The sun doesn't have any darkness in it, does it? It's just pure light. But you got the black sun and the white sun. But there's your ego and spirit right there. We all have it. That's it. And it's 15 and 19. And if you conjoin the numbers, you have 11 and 59. 59 is the game of life. 11 is the number of magic. It's the number of man. So you literally have the game of life right here, ego and spirit, through the symbology of the tarot and numerology, which is the science of numbers. It's inescapable, folks. Feed the wolf is feeding yourself. You are a predator and you are prey. You are both. We are both. So when you feed the wolf, you feed the black sun and the white sun inside of you as you navigate through this game called life. Alex, some girl in Gematria Effect News. Look, I'm not a fan of that channel. Old Zach. He's good at what he does, but I don't resonate with his information, his energy. I don't even watch his channel because he's a surface dweller, and I tell him that straight to his face. He blames everybody, and he doesn't understand the complete machinations of this reality, so he's a surface dweller. He's focusing on the surface. I'm not interested in the surface. I want to go as deep as possible. So, folks, that energy on that station, and this is just my opinion, and I would tell it straight up, it's low frequency. Not interested in that. I already had it out with that dude. Super champion rocker. Santos called me stupid. Yeah, Santos he's really burned some bridges with some people, but I know he doesn't have any regrets, man. He's just living out his code. Sometimes he gets angry, whatever. And like I said, ladies and gentlemen, I have had the opportunity to personally get to know him, and he's now my friend. And that's why I just laugh at these bozos who make videos and they slander the guy. And they call him a disinformation agent. And, you know, he did this and he was an ex-JW. And so was I. So, and what's your point? That was part of my code. Like, I'm not even mad. I'm not upset about that. I'm totally cool with it. It's part of my code. I accept my code. Everything has relevance. But yeah, and I don't want to go too much more into this because, you know, like I said, Santos is my friend. Santos is Santos. He does what he needs to do. He lives out his own life. I'm not responsible for any of the things he does. He's a big boy. He wears the big pants. I just look at Santos and I look at the good in Santos. That's what I focus on. And that's what I get. I get in return the good stuff that we call good. That's what I'm more concerned about. I see the stuff that I don't resonate with. I just kind of, not that I ignore it, but I don't pay any attention to it really. I dig for the truth, and what I get out of it is the goodness in that guy. And that's all I'm concerned about. And it's the same thing when you look at other things that you're going to decode from. Because ladies and gentlemen, if you're authentic with yourself, you're a good and a bad person. You lie, and don't think you don't. And if you're one of those people who say, no, I don't do that, you're the worst culprit. Just be authentic. Own that space. We all do it. And then we'll justify our actions so we don't have to look bad, because life's about just looking good. That's all it is. Life is about looking good. That's landmark, by the way. That should be a staple in your life. A hell of a lot of what you do is about looking good. That's Werner Erhard's statement. And he says, I'll bet that anywhere where you have problems in your life, that's you trying to be right or prove someone else wrong. And he says people would rather be right than be in love and stand in the face of love. I'll say that again. People would rather be right than love. Because when you're trying to be right and really force your agenda, and I'm just as guilty, I can own that space and be authentic with all of you. I've done it. I'm challenged with it. I'm battled with it because my identity wants to be right so bad. And we all do it. We end up wanting to be right so bad, that the identity in us, that we will sacrifice love in our life to prove somebody else wrong, just so we can be right. And that's what I'm saying. I'm watching this video of this guy who actually went out of his way to make a video of Santos and other people so he can be right, and then he's completely crushing love in his life because he's just trying to be right and prove them wrong just so he can be more of his identity. Be more of a devil. That's why I say you got to be the best little devil you can be down here. You don't have a choice. So again, in Blue Sky, he used to be, but the scams and the attitude and calling everyone retards. Yeah, I mean, I don't like that part of him either. I tell him straight. I've told him straight up. Dude, I don't resonate with that. But that doesn't exclude the truth he brings to the table. It doesn't exclude his knowledge. That's all I'm after. And that's what I'm encouraging all of you to do. Some of you get rubbed the wrong way and then you just disembark and then you're like, forget that dude and you never watch him again. That's fine. You'll find your truth somewhere else. He's not the only truth teller out there. He's not the only guy out there bringing information to the world. There are a lot of other people. So if you don't resonate with somebody's attitude, then go find another person to learn from. Or better yet, go research it yourself. That's the best thing you can do. Because ultimately, folks, again, this is about making the truth your own. You know, if you resonate with becoming a vegan, then go do that. But don't force your agenda and don't think that that's the only way to be in life. And then if you're not, then, oh, you're wrong and I'm going to prove you wrong. And then what you're going to do is you're going to sacrifice love to try to prove your point and be right that veganism is the only way. That doesn't work. Just do you. Just do you. And if you're authentic with you and you sit with you, can you honestly say you're being the best version of yourself without any kind of attachments to anything or anybody? When you wake up in the morning, when you wake up, can you say, I can authentically tell all of you that. And I would encourage you to sit with this idea. When you wake up in the morning, or even just right now as you're watching this broadcast, when you look at yourself in the mirror, can you say, I love you? Like I can look in the mirror. It's like, Logan, you're a good dude. I love you. Can you do that? Can you do that with yourself? And do it with authenticity. Being the best little devil you can be. Do you do random acts of kindness? Little things. You know, what pops in your mind to make the world a better place? Doing your part. You know, today I'm just telling you this to give you an example, maybe to inspire you. But like I do 5-6 days a week, I go to the gym, and my gym involves me getting into a taxi and going 3 kilometers, which is almost 2 miles on the north side of town. And then I walk back as part of my cardio, but I don't go there because it's hot. So I take a taxi into town, I go to the gym. And today, I keep some pesos on me because the taxi cab drivers, they only take pesos. And to go from my side of town into the north side of town, it costs 20 to 30 pesos, which is only like $1, $1.50. It's super cheap. And I keep all my pesos in my sunglass case, in my bag, my little man purse that I carry with me. That has my water and my sunglasses and my umbrella, because it rains here, just sporadically. And today, when I went to the gym, I only had large peso bills. I only had 500 peso bills on me. That's it. It's all I had, which is only $25. 500 pesos is about $25. I only had large denominations of pesos. I didn't have the 30 pesos. So I got in the cab. And as I'm driving up to go to my destination, I'm like, you know what? I'm going to just give this guy a huge tip today. I'm going to make his day. Because these people, they don't make a lot. The majority, I'm not assuming, but, I know. I mean, just the average, they don't get a lot of cash. Especially the taxi cab drivers. And they're hard workers. So I'm like, I'm going to make this dude's day today. So, I just wanted to see what would happen. So I gave him the 500 pesos. And he's like, I don't have change. He's like, I can take you to the gas station up the street. I'm like, I don't want to do that. So I'm just like, well, just give me 300 pesos back. And he had that. So I gave him 200 pesos, which is $10, which is, 5 times the cab ride. But it made me feel good, And I'm only telling you guys that because that's like random acts of kindness. And that is just me being a good person. Like, I didn't have to do it, but I did it because I wanted to do it. That's using my good cop. That's using my Christ energy. And I've done them here and there, right? Pay for somebody's toll that's behind you. Pay for somebody's groceries at the grocery store if they have enough change. But But we're so caught up in our identity. Just a little story I wanted to share. I'm not trying to get brown. I'm not trying to get points, or I'm not, like I said, I'm not looking for a 5-star rating. I'm not asking you to smash the like button. I don't care about any of that stuff, folks. I'm just here being a real person, being authentic with all of you. Sitting here tonight, sharing my Saturn night into my Sunday. It's now Sunday here. It's now, it's almost 1 a.m. here. So now we've officially transferred into the Sunday. So it's Saturday into Sunday. And, it's what I like to do. And I do this because I like to do it. It makes me happy. So it gives me selfish pleasure because I get to share what I've learned with all of you. But then I get to pull cards. I get to give people some suggestions based upon their questions. I get to answer people's questions. This is what I feel like is a contribution for me to the world. So I just encourage you, what do you do to contribute to making the world a better place? And I say that coming off of these people that just have nothing better to do but to go bash other people because they think they saw a hand signal that went up. Oh, and they don't even know what this means. They think you know what people will think? Because I thought I knew what this meant. And it can mean a lot of things, obviously. Sure, it can mean something that you read. What does this really mean? Has a lot of meanings to it. Just because you go like that. I remember I made a post one day. I was watching Gaia TV a couple years, probably, I don't know, maybe 3 years ago. I was watching Gaia TV, and I was watching David Wilcock. A lot of people like him. A lot of people don't like him. Again, I just cherry pick. It's kind of interesting because, David Wilcock, David, and Jesus said, I am the offspring of David. I am the root and offspring of David. I just put out a Decode for the Syncretism Society on my Cosmic Sugar brand, and the topic was the Morning Star. It's for those subscribers, so I'm not going to go into that too much, but I had brought into the presentation about Jesus saying he is the morning star. He says he's the root and offspring of David. So David Wilcox. It's subtle, but it's interesting. But anyway, I was watching this presentation that David Wilcock was giving on Gaia TV. And I had made a post about it. And now as now I know this information, I wouldn't have done it knowing what I know now. But back then, I didn't have the knowledge I had now. But what did I see? He was doing this. He was doing that. And I said, I took a screenshot of it, and instantly and automatically, I was off to the races on sharing with the world. Here's David Wilcock, the disinformation kind of dude, flashing that 666 sign. I've done it, not even knowing I did it. Doesn't mean I'm a disinformation agent in that sense. And it certainly doesn't mean that I'm consciously doing this to promote 666. And let me just tell you, folks, 666, you're in it. You are 666. Let's get it straight. You are 666. You are the beast. So I said, be the best little devil you can be. We're in the belly of the beast. We're in 666. 666 is tied to the sun. The magic square of the sun is 6 rows of 111, which equals 666. So what's the great beast? The as above is the sun with the moon, and the so below is earth and mankind. And if you study the esoteric and you're a fan of it, and you scrape away the dogma and the propaganda that you were programmed with, like we all are influenced by it, you'll quickly see what the real truth is and what emerges from that. Watching the sun come up. All right. Let me just check my music here, folks. I think I'm going to change this. Let's put on some. Let's change it up. So this next, just so you know, I'm going to start acknowledging these great artists because, you know, I'm an artist. I appreciate music. So the music playing in the background now, that was Dream State Logic, the great artist called Dream State Logic. Now, and by the way, the song playing in the background in the beginning of this transmission was Feed the Wolf by Lambert and a few other, or Labert and a few other artists. And let's give credit where credit is due. That song, Feed the Wolf, amazing song. And there's other ones in there. Woo, they're heavy. But anyway, this right here is from an artist called Symbiosis, and the album is called Across the Moment. And this album from start to finish is amazing. I'm a fan of instrumental music because no lyrics allows you to think. It doesn't allow anything to capture your mind and draw you in to start singing the song. So these instrumental musicians are just amazing. I'm a huge fan of them. Synthwave is another amazing kind of music that I love. Okay. So let me just... I'm reading your comments. Looking at your comments. And if my music is too loud for any of you, just let me know. I don't think it is. So I've watched some of my transmissions and I think it's probably just the right kind of volume. Okay, so someone's asking, Pinker's asking about the Syncretism Society and the membership and all that stuff. Okay, so folks, if you're able to join the Syncretism Society, the virtual academy, if you're able to do it, I think, this is probably horrible because I don't even know the prices off the top of my head. I'm just an instructor there, okay? But you have Danny and Santos who are leading the charge in that whole thing. Danny has done a phenomenal job at building that thing. It's been a long time coming, man. Much love and kudos to those guys, man. Wow. But anyway, so I'm just an instructor there, okay? And I'm not the instructor that does daily stuff. There are some amazing instructors that are teaching some amazing things that are all leading to becoming a better version. That's why, you know, my tagline is become a better you, because in Syncretism Society, that's what it is. It's becoming the best version of yourself by learning this great esoteric knowledge. You know, a lot of it has to do with physical stuff and becoming more present on your health and wellness. And I'm going to be actually, let me just get into the question here. So the Syncretism Academy has a membership and you can pay for the whole year. I think it's like $500, and then, or you can pay per month. I think it's $50 a month. Okay. And I know they're going to be gifting some memberships for those that can't afford that. Okay, some of you can't. That's totally fine. So I know they're going to be doing that. Okay, I've told Danny, like, I think they're going to be getting one of those. This is just an idea. I don't know if they're going to be doing this, but I told them to get one of those lottery ball machines, and they can pull. It's going to be. They're going to try to make it do some fun stuff. And Danny and I'm actually getting together with him tomorrow, and we're going to be doing a little Sunday outing, and I don't know what we're going to do. We're going to be talking about whatever, but I know we're going to be talking about the Syncretism, the virtual academy, how we can make it better. But folks, there is some amazing instructors in there. And, you know, again, there are astrologers that present astrology their way, and there's another astrologer present. Folks, just gravitate towards what you resonate with. You know, everybody has a different style, and knowledge-based kind of information. So that's how you join the Syncretism Virtual Academy. The Syncretism Academy itself, you can log on to syncretismsociety.com and you can get some stuff there. But if you want to join the Academy, you're going to get daily dosages of these great instructors that are going to, doing breath work, yoga. There's going to be how to take your sovereignty back, how to become sovereign, which is an area that I'm greatly interested in because I'm a huge fan of law. I really am. And it's all Saturn based. I'm a Aquarius sun in the Western, but I'm a Capricorn sun in the Vedic. I'm both. Some of you have 2 zodiac signs that you're a sun sign of. And you got to read from both. And there will be truth to both of those for your life. That's how I code. That's what I do my readings. That's how I show. I don't just use one Western. I use a lot of different moving parts. But anyway, that's how you join the Syncretism Society. You can go to syncretismsociety.com. You get some free information there. But if you join the Academy, every day they're putting up content. And there's lessons that you can join in on. Santos has got his whiteboard presentations or his PowerPoint presentations, content you're not going to find because he's building new content. So it's not going to be any content you're going to find. You're going to get repeater content from his past information, but he's constantly reevaluating, reassessing, and putting out new content, refining it like fine wine. And that's what he's doing. And that's why somebody had said, why is Santos putting out information that's different than folks? Nothing is stable. Everything's constantly moving. So even my research and my Decode Your Reality, my older videos, they're outdated. I got to redo them. Finding new information. Some of my stuff in there is not in accordance with the stuff I have now. So in a sense, you could say that my older stuff is wrong. And I'm totally cool with that. It's totally fine. Yes, and I will be pulling cards in a few minutes here. I'm going to be pulling cards, yes, and I'm going to be making it quick because I know a lot of you are going to want to be pulling cards, and I'm not going to be able to go into it too crazy, so you're going to have to do your own research. So this part of the card pulling, I want to be very crystal clear, okay? Because I don't know what's going on in your life. I'm not having a one-on-one conversation. I'm not doing a reading where I connect with your energy in the sense of sitting there for 2 hours doing a reading, a tarot reading, or a 4-hour reading with your astrology chart. I'm just going to flash a card, and it's going to be up to you to do your research. This is going to be turn and burn kind of stuff. But there will be a message in this card for you. It will be up to you to do the research. You must find the information and the nuggets for yourself. I can only give you a general sense. Like if I pull the Sun card for you, I don't know what that means for you. Maybe you need to brighten your day. Maybe you need to add a little bit more light in your life because you're a little too dark and negative. Maybe you're being too pessimistic. I don't know. But folks, I'm going to encourage all of you to really step up to being an authentic human being based upon you're not an authentic human being. We are all inauthentic human beings. Just like Werner said, I'm a huge fan of Werner Erhard and Landmark. I'm a graduate. I've been to their courses 3 times now, and when they have them in person again, I'm going to go again. I love it that much. But I agree with what he says. He says we're inauthentic human beings. And we try to be authentic. But we're both. We're the little devil and we're the little angel. We are both. And when you're authentic, you're working with the angel. When you're inauthentic, you're working with your identity that you've created, call your devil. And they're both necessary to navigate in this reality. Okay? Have I seen Midnight Mass on Netflix? I have not. I don't have a subscription in Netflix. I only have, it's different here in Mexico. If I have Netflix in Mexico, they show different shows. I have just Amazon Prime because I have Amazon Prime because I get Amazon stuff delivered. So I have enough shows to watch. And the show I'm watching right now, I can tell all of you, I'll be open and honest, transparent. Love this show. It's called Goliath. Amazing show. And I'm learning so much from it. And you know what it's about? Saturn. See, Saturn runs this reality. It's law and order. It's chaos and order here in this reality. And the court, when you go to court, it's all Saturn. The judge, Saturn. Government, state, Saturn. Religion, the church. Good cop, bad cop. Jesus and Saturn, the Father and the Son. That's religion. Court, same thing. You may get a judge who's an asshole. You may get one that's a good one. Good cop, bad cop, everywhere. But anyway, that's what I'm watching right now on Amazon Prime. Billy Bob Thornton, amazing job. Goliath. I'm on season 4 right now. Man, what a great show. It just makes me appreciate life, folks. It really does. Wilcock is a sellout. Okay. Can I do a Brian laundry reading? I don't even know what that is, Miranda. What is a Brian laundry reading? I'm not sure what that means. Yeah, folks, for those of you that are interested in coming to Mexico, I've been saying this, like, if you want to come here, I'm not going to be your tour guide. You probably won't see me that much. I spend a lot of time alone. I do. I'm a hermit. I have my routine. I'm very Saturn makes me very fixed. I'm heavily tied to Saturn. It makes me very routine based. I'm very disciplined. My Saturn's in my 7th house. But if you feel like you want to come to Mexico, come. You know, I can tell you where to go stay at the hotel right here in town. And I can tell you this, it's right across the street from Santos's house. And he wouldn't care if I said that, because you would eventually find out. But the newest hotel in town. So right out, there's only 3 main streets in Puerto Morelos, and we all live right off that same street. And the hotel here is right now, you know, you're getting into prime season because it's gonna be the fall and the winter, and you know, people come down here to escape the winter. But there's 2 hotels side by side. There's the older one, which is still good. That one is about $45 a night, and then the newer one is about double. It's like you may be able to get it for about $75 on Travelocity or Expedia or Hotel or something like that, but that's what you're going to get. And one of them gives you a free breakfast, the newer one. There's a restaurant right down below. It's an Italian restaurant owned by a guy from New York, and it's within walking distance of everything. You're 2 blocks from the beach. So for those of you that want to come and you want to get set up, I can send you the information on the hotel. You can book it. But I would say bring a friend, because all of us here, we're doing our own thing, and sure, you'll be able to meet people, but come here and go on vacation. I can set you up with the travel agent here that I go through. Her name's Amy. She's cool. Sets you up with all your expeditions here. You can go to the cenotes, which are the underground sinking hole, the swimming holes. You can go to the Xcaret, the adult amusement park here in Mexico. The beaches are right. You can go swim with the dolphins. I did that. It's kind of was a love-hate thing because they're in prison, but it was a great experience. I got to do that a couple weeks ago, like touch a dolphin. It was really cool. So you can do that. You can go ATV. You can go I went to snorkeling down in Cozumel, and it's very inexpensive. The water is just amazing. Amazing, amazing, amazing. You can do that for about $70 a person to go to Cozumel. It's very inexpensive. So you don't have to have deep pockets to come to visit Mexico, and I have kind of a little bit of the ins and outs. And like I said, I could just set you up. Just go call this person. I got the phone number. Easy peasy. I don't mind helping you guys all out with that. If you feel like you want to come to visit this area, and you got Cancun Airport 15 minutes up the street, you got Playa del Carmen 20 minutes down the street. It costs $1.50 to ride an amazing Sprinter Mercedes van bus to go down to Playa del Carmen. $3 round trip to go down to Playa. Playa's got everything down there. It's all the tourists go. The beaches are amazing. They got stuff at night. They have everything down in Playa del Carmen. And then Tulum is a little bit just farther down there, and you have the pyramids. You can go to Chichen Itza, which is about 2.5 hours from here. So a lot of amazing things to do in this area. You can go to the Crocodile Zoo. Folks, there's so much to do here. This place is paradise, right? Or you can just come live here and get an apartment. You can get an apartment on the north side of town for about $500 a month. On this side of town, you can get one for about $700 a month. That's what they cost. If you get into a really nice place, you may get into the $1,000, $1,200 region, but that's what it costs to be here. And the internet, like I said, the internet, I just got the good internet, so I'm pretty happy. So anyway, that's my rundown of Mexico. Okay. So let's start taking your questions. Claire, nice to have you. Dev, nice to have you. All of you from Jordan's Waters Above Crypto, welcome. Thank you for being a subscriber. Thank you for your contributions, your support. All of you are greatly appreciated. Much love to all of you. Jordan is like the guy that everybody loves. And the shout out to Waters Above Crypto. You know, him and I have resonated so much. I have really strived to say much love to people. That's like, I've been saying it for years. Much love, much love. I say it on the phone when I get off the phone. And then I meet Jordan and he says it. And I'm like, oh man, I love this guy already. So big shout out to Waters Above Crypto. So you'll hear him and I say that, and it's just part of our code. But as fate would have it, that's why we resonate. He's such a good dude, man. All right, Lisa. All right, so I'm looking at your comments. So you got Claire, he got really drunk in Cozumel. Cozumel is amazing snorkeling, folks. Whew. Oh, God. It was such a treat to get out there on the water. Woof. Okay. All right, so some of you can't fly from UK to USA without tests or jabs. I'm kind of, look, I don't want to get something jabbed up my nose or a swab, but some people, and I've seen this, like when you get tested, it's got something on the test. I mean, I don't know what to believe on that, folks. I haven't done any of that stuff. There's a loophole from Mexico to U.S. If you walk across the border from Mexico into the United States, you don't need anything right now. I don't know if that's going to change. When you fly into Mexico, you don't need any kind of testing. That's for right now. I don't know if that has changed because I haven't flown since, almost 6 months ago. But when I flew from the U.S. into Mexico back in here, I didn't need a test. Just regular visa stuff and slapping the passport. So, but if you come in here, just so you know, like for those of you that may ask, like, is there work down here? Not, I wouldn't count on it. You would need something that would be able to support you virtually. Just know that. So if you want to come live here, getting working is probably not going to happen. I mean, some of you could come down here and, maybe work for the academy. But I don't even know if they're hiring. I haven't even had that discussion. Right now, I would probably say no. They're not at that level right now. They've already got people in place. So you need to be self-sustainable. Otherwise, just come down on vacation. Yeah. So it's like there's a risk. You know, it's like I just don't know. It's just, you know, I'm fortunate to have the loophole right now where, you know, I can fly to Tijuana from here and walk across the border, which is what I did the last time. And all you gotta do is flash your passport. I don't know if that's gonna change. It's not a secret. I'm not telling anybody a hidden secret. But I mean, I don't know if it's gonna change or what, but that's, you know, you can definitely do that right now. But for those of you that are, you know, not in the US, it's a little bit of a different story for you. All right. M. Noble, thank you so much. I appreciate the support. Do you need to wear masks in Mexico? They're not mandatory, except if you go into like the supermarket in town. Absolutely, they make you wear one. They're going to give you a squirt of the hand sanitizer, which is not a bad thing. I think that's actually a good thing, because I think, you know, we get so much crap on our hands. But they're not, like, I go to the gym. They're not mandatory at the gym I go to. When I went to, like I said, I went on vacation. And we went to the crocodile. I went to the crocodile zoo up the street. And when I first went in there, they make you wear it. And then I always push the envelope, and I just took mine off when I was inside. A little tour guide takes you around, and she didn't say anything when I had mine off. So whatever. The funny thing about it was the guy at the front that took our ticket to walk in, he says, you got to wear the mask because the animals might get the you know what. So that's the humor. And I'm just like, are you really serious of what you're saying right now? But anyway, it's just, life's a freaking joke. It's just a joke. So anyway, and then we went down to Xcaret, which is Mexico's premier adult park. It's like 40 acres. They have speedboats. They have the aquarium. They have birds, and it's just amazing that they have the show at the end of the night. And so they'll make you wear your mask going into a restaurant, but then you quickly take it off. It's the dumbest. That's where common sense is. That's why we're living in a zombie apocalypse, because it doesn't make any sense. You got to wear your mask when you walk up to the restaurant. I'm outside. Now think about this. You go to Xcaret, right? Which is an amazing experience. And you get one ticket. Like my ticket paid for to go in to enter the park, and then you get to eat at one of the 7 restaurants there. They're all buffet style. You're outside now, and then you go into this restaurant that's half inside, half outside, and they make you put your mask on to go inside the restaurant, which is half outside. And then you can take your mask off when you sit down. Folks, that's why we're living in a zombie apocalypse, because this shit doesn't make sense. And it's comical. So I just try to laugh at it. So that's it. So yeah, some of these places may make you wear it, but it's pretty laxed here. And I would say it's about, I don't know, maybe, I would still say that 70% of the people here are wearing them. And that those that are wearing them tells me how programmed they are. And I quickly know that they watch too much television, or they pay too much attention to the tabloids. But that's not my life. I don't care. Don't care. Not my life. Not my job. Don't wake up in their shoes. I got my own life to live. And I encourage all of you to live that way. Just let them do what they got to do. All right, so same thing at Disneyland, yeah. So it's getting more laxed, and yeah, nothing makes sense anymore. That's why I know this is the zombie apocalypse. We are living it right now. We are living amongst zombies. We are. We're living among people that are completely asleep. And I will remind all of you that remember that the majority of us were once in that position. Obviously not in the position now of like being asleep at this present moment, but there was probably a certain time period in your life when you were asleep and you weren't awake to all this information. I was. And it's just nice to see the contrast of like, whew, man, you know, I was there. You know, I was there. All right. It's just funny. It's just funny, the mask thing, and then you get to the restaurant, you get to take it off and sit at the table. Just, it does not make any common sense. It's just stupid. And it's just it's just a show. And you just, folks, I just encourage you to laugh at it. But there are some advantages to some things, you know? And I think one of the advantages is that we absolutely get to we're actually living through a 365 day a year comedy show. It's just a joke. It's all so much comedy now. Like I'm walking down the street and there are people with their windows rolled up wearing a diaper on their face. And that makes me laugh. So the comedy for me is I get to laugh at that. And it's funny. And I'm grateful for that. So it's just a joke, and I'm just in neutrality for it. But I do feel bad. I do have some compassion for people because they don't even know they don't know. That's how in it they are. So oh man, it's just great. So the Great Awakening. The Great Awakening is here. So here's what I'm going to tell all of you. This is what I think is going to happen, and then I'm going to start. If you guys if you want to pull a card, I'll pull a card for you. So remember the script. The script is you're going to have this massive upheaval and upending and craziness going on. This is what you're having, and then you're going to see a lot of justice will be served. You're going to get this large amount of justice. You're going to get this huge amount of disclosure that will be released. Someone had sent me a video. That's how I found out about it. From the Minister of Australia, I think it was, or it was Canada maybe. Not too long ago. And he was coming out and saying that in a short period of time, there will be a large disclosure of information. And a lot of it will not be true, but some of it will. And of course, it goes on to say a lot of it's going to completely shock people. They're just like going to be in disbelief. And if you can use your imagination, that's what's going to happen. And it's all part of the script. And that's why if you stand in neutrality and just like don't give it any energy, matter of fact, try to turn that stuff off. Don't let it be a part of your life. Don't be in awe, like, oh my God, I can't believe it. Because it may not be true. But then what you're going to have? You're going to have this. It's right now you have a lot of chaos going on, and now you need the order. The order must come in on the world stage. Remember the hot and cold? The hot and the cold are chaos and order. The church has to deliver that to you. And the governments and the states, they're all together on this. It's a joint effort. So the chaos is what's going on right now on the world stage. The comedy and chaos, both start with the letter C. The third letter, we live in the three-dimensional space. It's a joke. And then you're going to have orders about to come in soon. It's coming. You can make your book on it. Order is coming. Okay, don't give it your energy though. It's going to want your energy. It's the hot and cold looking for your emotional response. And a lot of people are going to be hook, line, and sinker with it. Oh, there, see, I knew it. I knew that person was a crook. I knew they were up to no good. I knew they were behind this. I knew they were behind that. Oh, it serves them right. They got what they deserved. That's you playing the game. That's you giving your magic to those archetypes. And that's what they're looking for. Don't fall for it. Stand in a layer of neutrality. Laugh at it. It's a joke. Even if the stuff is real, there is going to be justice. There are going to be people that are going to be brought to justice. They're already starting to expose, and of course, child trafficking is a big one. They're already starting to expose some of that stuff. Of course, yeah. It's going to happen. Of course, it's part of the whole chaos and order thing. That has to be neutralized. And you're probably going to have some big names drop. But just be neutral to it. Don't give it your energy. Don't get sucked into that narrative. Okay? It's supposed to happen. With or without your energy, it's going to happen. And then what you're probably going to have, the narration. And this is just a theory of mine. You do whatever you want with it. But what's going to probably happen is you're going to have this large transition of order come in. Because we see a lot of chaos. So the order is going to balance out the chaos, and you're going to have this cry of, yay, the world has been saved. And everything's going to get probably good. But that's when the shit's going to really hit the fan. You're going to have the eye of the storm come through. And that's when people are less likely to be looking for what could perhaps be coming down the pike. And I don't know what that means. I have no idea what it looks like beyond what I'm saying. But I have a feeling that's how the script's going to play out. Is you're going to have this massive rejoicing in the streets. And there may be a revolution that's going to come, but between now and next year, there's a lot of events that are going to happen. And just don't get sucked into them, folks. You may have some beings from outer space come down here. Don't buy into the narrative right now, folks. This is not the time to be using your little eyes to, it's on television, so it must be real. Or even if you see it with your own two eyes in the sky, be careful. Be careful. That's all I'm going to say. Be careful. Okay? Do the Ad Astra is asking me. Well, first I want to just set the record straight. I don't call those people elite because they're not. You're elite. Start acting elite. Stop giving titles to people that are not. I know I'm not trying to put you down. I'm not trying to be like autocorrect here, but let's just be real with one another and be authentic. They don't deserve the title of that. See how programmed we are to just say that? That's why I said, like earlier, I say, yeah, I served in the United States Air Force. Thank you for your service. That's just programming. Like I went in the service. I served during Desert Storm in the early 90s. I went over to Turkey, Iraq. I wasn't shooting a gun. I wasn't killing people. I was just a mechanic supporting the war. But if you really knew what that war was all about, would you consciously support it? I wouldn't, but I was there. I don't regret any of the things I did. But that's what we're saying. Thank you to our people. Like, thank you for your service. But you're thanking someone who's supporting something that is all built on chaos and order, and it's designed to keep you stuck inside the matrix. All of it. You want to get out of the game, become lukewarm. Don't play the game. So do they drink blood? Probably. I don't know. I don't hang out with people that do that. So I couldn't answer your question. See, that's the thing, is like, you're going to get people that you would go to. You're going to, if you lined up 100 strangers that you don't know and you ask them that question, do such and such people drink blood? And they'll point to certain people. You're going to get a mixed bag of responses. I would bet the majority of them that have been programmed will say, absolutely they do. But do you know for sure? And the answer is, unless you hang out and see them do it, you're just guessing. No, I'm not trying to be that person to be like, oh, you're just trying to be a good guy. You don't want to be wrong. No, I'm not. Just don't assume. Don't be so programmed. Like when you call somebody elite, they're not. Why would you call them elite? The elites, they're not elite. We're just in the habit of doing it. And that's because we're not consciously aware of the now moment. Just like when you're at night, tonight, for those of you that are nighttime and you haven't been to bed yet, when you go to brush your teeth, if you can remember this transmission, are you giving gratitude to your teeth for chewing the food your entire life? Your teeth want acknowledgement too. That's being in the now moment. That's being conscious of the now moment, is giving gratitude to your teeth when you're brushing them. That's the state you want to be in. That's owning your space. That's being conscious of the now moment. That's being presently aware of, like, okay, what am I doing? What am I saying? How am I behaving? How am I acting? That may be the purest indication of what it means to have free will. Do I believe the 9/11 narrative in 2001? Well, first and foremost, mankind was not behind the 9/11 narrative. I can tell you that right now. So again, if we just go back, how close can you get to the source of that event? Well, it goes way beyond man, Michael Walton. So yeah, man carried it out, but the thoughts that man had were not his own. Man's being used. By what? Well, that'll come down to an opinion. But the code that I've shown over, I've decoded 9/11. I mean, obviously, a lot of people lost their lives, you know? I mean, I just decoded the baseball game between the Yankees and the Mets. I decoded 9/11 first pitch. Clearly, it was all in reference to more of the code. So, do I believe the narrative? Of course not. I don't even need to look at the code to see what really happened. I mean, common sense, just using common sense and logic, which the majority of people out there on the world stage today do not use anymore. Just go to building number 7 and you call it a day. That's it. I don't need to, that's it. You don't, there's no more, that's it. And you may actually get, by the way, you may get a story coming out on that. That may be part of disclosure. Who knows? We'll see. What's the distinction between soul and spirit? Are they different? Well, if you want to make them different, 432 hertz. What's the difference between soul and spirit? I mean, look, the soul and spirit inside of you is the Kundalini. It's the two energies that wrap around your chakra points through the energy centers of your body. I mean, you're a vibrating vessel. And you are a soul below of the as above, which is the sun and the moon, which is your boss, which runs you through your voice in your head, which is the all-seeing eye, which is in your brain. So the soul and spirit is just kind of one half of your ego. Your identity, you have your identity and then the spirit. You know, the whole story of the Jesus figure in the Bible sense is, you know, there was that one aspect of him saying, you know, he's brought up on to this large mountain and he's being shown the kingdoms, and he says, and Satan says, bow down to me and worship me and I'll give you all this. And the story, the allegory is Jesus says, get away from me. That's just you telling your ego. He's just, the whole story is, it's not really a guy telling a real Satan figure to get away. No, it's just you. It's just the man telling his ego to shut up. That's it. Remember, folks, we are geared towards satiation. Satiation is feeding your identity. A lot of people are doing this. Snap, 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 snap. Who can I share my pictures with? Oh, look at me. Look at my ass. Look at my boobs. Look at my hair. Look at my muscles. Look at my tan. Some make, and is there anything wrong with that? No, per se, right? Because some people make a living off that. Some people that are called models, I used to be a bodybuilder. So when I was feeding my identity, I went through that stage. So that's feeding your identity. And people make money off that. They make money off their identity. And even if it's somebody who's a guru who teaches spirituality, the spirit and the soul, what are they selling? Their identity. They're selling ideas, but people end up looking at these people and then believing in these people and paying homage to these people, giving energy to these people. And what do those people get in return? They get their identity built up. They become bigger and bigger on the world stage. And that's why it's inescapable, your identity. It owns you. It runs you. It's always a constant battle of good cop, bad cop. Constantly. Feed the wolf. What wolf do you want to feed? The black one or the white one today? You want to go have a good time? You feed in the, whatever wolf it is, whatever you think that is. Typically, society tells you it's the black wolf. That's the bad guy, the devil. So if you go out and party, go have a couple shots with the fellas, go party down, go drop some ecstasy, smoke some pot, do some lines, whatever. Whatever you've done, whatever you do, satiation, you go eat that pizza. Like I got pizza that I'm going to have. I got some pizza earlier. I'm going to chow that sucker down when I get done with this transmission. I already made that decision. That pizza is feeding my identity. It ain't feeding my spirit. Nope. Because my taste buds, which are going to give me the best feeling in the world when I eat that pizza, that's part of my identity. It's part of my, that's why I'm saying we're all little devils. Just be the best little devil you can. Your taste buds, they feed the acid, man. Satiation is the devil. That's what it is. And we are wired to kill ourselves. Bob Proctor had it in his Born Rich. I can't remember. He quoted it from Sir Francis, I think. I can't remember the guy's name, but he said, we don't die, we kill ourselves. Think about what I just said. That's not my quote. Can't remember who really said it. We don't die, we kill ourselves. Because that's what we do. Because when we eat foods They put miles on the body. When you eat food and you digest foods, it's going to make your body work. The large intestine, the small intestine, the esophagus, the stomach, the acids, the juices, the bile, the pancreas, all these pieces of your internal organs, they have to start working. Just like when you get in your car and you drive it, the engine, when you drive your car, you depreciate it. Every time you drive that car and it puts miles on it, it depreciates it. Well, what do you think happens when you are born into this world and you're a baby? No miles on your body, and then you start eating. That causes miles to be put on the organs and you decay. We don't die, we kill ourselves. We kill ourselves from what we consume, whether that's physical or mental. It's very easy to really see how the machinations of this world works. And we are wired to kill ourselves. You don't need suicide to do it. You do it through the food. You do it through what you drink. You do it through what you put into your eyes, put into your mind, what you believe. That's what kills us, especially physical. I mean, I was looking through my refrigerator today. And I mean, as clean as I think I eat, I'm like, man, I'm eating too many acids. The pizza I got tonight, I used to eat it so much. My body won't let me do it anymore. I just pay the price. I'm not going to go into details on that. But I pay the price. So now I do it sparingly. Because pizza is straight up acid. Straight up. It's an acidic food. There is nothing, zero, nothing alkaline about pizza. Nothing. It is all acid. So like if you go in your refrigerator, what are you eating every day? How much acid do you consume? We don't die, we kill ourselves. We consume too many acids and they just kill us. It's so challenging because the foods that we're wired to eat that cause satiation, that make our taste buds explode, are acidic. Now, there are exceptions. The majority of us are wired to eat acids. So that's why the devil is like sex, acidic. Satiation, what feels good, orgasms, acid. Satiation. And yet we're driven towards that. Partnership. Go have sex. It's satiation. It's acid. We don't die, we kill ourselves. Then we just procreate and more humans to come on the planet and they just become more cells to the battery, and that's what feeds this reality. We're just little slaves. That's just the way it is, and you just got to have fun with it. Be the best little devil you can be and just realize that this life is an absolute joke. It's an absolute joke. And that's why I just have fun with it. And I'm into comedy. That's why, I got this tattoo. You know why I got this tattoo on my hand? Because it makes me realize life's a joke. Smile. It's funny. And I do whatever it takes to make myself realize that this reality is a freaking joke. How can it not be? You got these crazy loony people that make no sense, that are pushing ideas that make no sense. They're nonsensical. There can only be one explanation, besides it not being real, that this life's a joke. It's a joke. And something that's watching us, like the Truman Show, is laughing. It thinks it's funny. Because it's not real. That's right, the joke's on us, 432. So, Claire says, I cannot eat pizza. My digestion system kicks my butt. Well, so for those of you that have any kind of digestion issues, and I speak from experience, I've been in health and wellness almost my entire life, certified in nutrition. I'm plant-based. Majority of my food comes from plants. That's what plant-based means. If I had to title myself, I'd be probably considered a vegetarian. But nonetheless, those of you that have digestion issues, okay, one of the main things, the culprits of not having a good digestion system is flow. And that involves a lot of components. Number one, the digestive juices that need to break down the food. In this day and age, the majority of people lack stomach acid. They don't produce enough stomach acid. So if you get any kind of acid reflux, it's likely that you don't produce enough stomach acid. So a very wise thing to study is a supplement called betaine, B-E-T-A-I-N-E, and you would want to take some digestive enzymes, which include pepsin, with the betaine before every meal. And then you want to make sure you're having enough fiber so you're not blocked up. If you're not doing a couple bowel movements a day, you're probably backed up, unless you just don't eat. So you want to do some fiber if you have to take flaxseed meal or something like that. But digestion is really important, especially for those of you that have any kind of planets in your third house, because that involves the solar plexus, aka the digestion. That's the second brain, by the way. So those of you that have digestion issues, it's affecting your third eye. Okay? So if you're going to have any kind of acidic food, which I call dead foods, you must balance that out. Those of you that have a hard time digesting heavy foods like pizza, rice, those of you that get heartburn after you eat carbohydrate, acidic food, dead foods, you probably don't produce enough stomach acid. That is probably from a many-year succession of not getting the right nutrients the body needs to produce the stomach acid. Your body needs about 90 nutrients every single day. You need your vitamins, your minerals, your omega-3s especially. A lot of people don't get that. So you need to do that. You need to get your trace minerals. You need to get your vitamins. I'm going to be working with some people in the Syncretism Academy. I'm going to be coming out with a nutritional program. I've been getting asked a lot of this. I feel my calling to go back into that realm. I used to do nutritional counseling. I'm going to probably be hosting a nutritional course with some of you in the Syncretism Academy. It will involve only people that want to be authentic. Not looking for people that are trying to hide behind what they do in their daily life. You need to expose everything you eat, drink, anything you put inside of you. It needs to be brought out into the forefront of your life. You need to be authentic. You need to hold yourself accountable. Those of you that need to reduce weight, it's an easy fix. It's not going to be found at the gym. It's going to be found in your kitchen. Weight reduction. Anyway. Anyway. I'm looking at your comments. Celery juice. Yeah, my good friend is a really big fan of the medical medium. He's got some great information. That guy literally took celery off the shelves. I mean, I remember being in LA and you couldn't buy celery. It was like it went out of stock because that dude really blew it out of the water with that whole concept. But if you study Dr. Sebi's information, the great Dr. Sebi, he'll tell you don't even have celery. So you see what I'm saying is that it just goes into the realm of what I've been saying through this transmission. You must make the truth your own. What works for you may not work for somebody else. We all have different genetic physical ailments. We're all faced with them, especially as you get older. Body gets miles on it, starts to decay. We don't die, we kill ourselves. And as you get older, suffering sets in. Some of you at an earlier age. It sucks. It's a part of aging I don't like. Reaper. So I'm out of my mind. So the comment was, this man is out of his mind if a third eye... Wait a minute. This man is out of his mind if a third eye and digest... I'm not sure what Reaper's talking about. Can you clarify that, Reaper? I don't want to take your comment out of context. But if you're referring to me being out of my mind by saying that the third eye and the digestion system are not connected, well, I would absolutely say that they are, and I'll use medical astrology for that. But you see, the second brain, which is called your solar plexus, which is linked to your digestion, is absolutely going to affect your third eye. That's my take on it, but it goes much deeper than that. But anyway, if that's what you meant by that. But again, make the truth your own. If you don't agree with that, totally fine. I'm not here to defend. I'm all about offense. So how does that even relate to one another? Well, it's relating to the chakras. And if you don't know what the chakras and how they are associated with one another, chakra number 3 and chakra number 6, and you know the numbers in numerology, and you bring those and synchronize those together, and then you bring the 3rd house and the 6th house in together, and you realize Virgo and Gemini are connected together, well, then you'd have your answer. But if you're not bringing all these layers in and you're just sticking on the surface, then I could see why you would say that the digestion system has no relevance to the third eye. But when you connect them through all these layers that I just mentioned, you get a bigger and much more in-depth kind of picture to go through, and then you can start to see the real dialogue of how this reality works. But anyway, I'd have to sit down and show it all to you, but I'm not here. Sometimes you just need the illustrations. Logan, due to ulcer, I use baking soda for temporary relief. I love baking soda. What I'm going to suggest to all of you watching this transmission is that you get out and you buy some test strips. Mine are in my bathroom, so I wish I had those, but you buy the test strips that you urinate on. And before you go to the bathroom, especially in the morning, when you wake up, you want to see what your cells are going to be looking like, and you want to pee on those strips. And that's going to give you a color. And of course, typically the strips are going to read, acidic would mean yellow, or, just staying the same color of the strip. And then if you're slightly alkaline, which is where you want to be green or a dark green. Some of you will get to blue or purple, and that's heavy alkaline. But to get there, obviously, you need to be alkaline, or at least base. And the way to do that is several methods anyway, and one being eat more plants, which are alkaline. And yes, you can do baking soda. So I am a huge fan of baking soda. I do about a half a teaspoon of baking soda before I go to bed with water. I just scoop it, put it in my mouth, and take a swig of water. And then I test my urine when I wake up, and 9 out of 10 times my test strips will say that I'm in the alkalinity area of 7 to 8. And so I am happy with those results. But clearly, if you are not doing that, and you got to just get the test strips. Get the test strips. It's one of the most cheapest things you can do to test to see if your body is in alkaline or acidic state. And you should put them in front of your toilet, right in the back of your toilet. And every time you go to the bathroom, especially in the morning time, you want to be peeing on that strip and seeing what color it is. And usually it has a chart with it. You can match it up there, but you'll get good at it where you just got to look at the strip. Naturally, typically, when that strip turns a greener color, it means that you're more in the alkaline state, and that's where you want to be. because the body runs slightly at alkaline. Remember, the stuff that causes satiation, sex, the things that make you feel great, drugs, alcohol, the things that give you heightened state of awareness, they're all acidic. It's what we're wired towards. And that's the joke. You know, Netflix came out with a good show called The Good Place. And it was funny because it was Michael the architect, which was Jesus, which created mankind, that literally created this place where you die after you go, where you go to after you die. It's called The Good Place. And the joke is that it's not the good place. The joke is that it's a place they send to you to make you go crazy. They end up matching you up with somebody who's going to drive you absolutely nuts. Which is kind of how our reality works. It's just comical. So again, we're wired. Like all the thing. Like if you get sick, I'm big into the GERD. The Gerson therapy. Charlotte Gerson and the Gerson therapy. Studied all the books. They have a retreat you can go to in Mexico because the things they do are they're not allowed in the United States. So they had to take it down into a different country. And if you have cancer, you can do and choose that alternate versus chemo and radiation. You can go down there and they're going to just fill you up with alkalinity. They're going to fill you up with juices and give you coffee enemas, and they're going to flush you out, but you're not going to be consuming any acids because cancer doesn't survive in it doesn't survive in alkaline environment. Cancer survives in acid. Cancer does. So if you want to get rid of cancer, you need to become more alkaline. And the joke is that all the things that don't cause satiation are alkaline. And that typically means that, like, you know, like if you get like the roots, like walnut hull or black walnut hull or wormwood or turmeric powder, you know, you take all this stuff raw, it tastes nasty. It does to me anyway. But that stuff heals you. And that's the joke. Oh, we're going to give them stuff that tastes absolutely nasty. That's what's going to heal them. And that's why people are not gravitating towards it. They know it. I mean, people that know, and those of you that know what heals you, stuff tastes like shit. Tastes horrible. But that's the joke. That's the joke. So we're wired towards satiation and acidity. And that's where cancer likes to hang out. In the lower chakras, which is the beast. All right, so are crystals a lie? No. I don't know what you mean by that, Justin. Are crystals a lie? Well, crystals, I mean, I got some. I got crystals. I mean, I got, you know, I use a pendulum and I do dowsing with it. So I got my moonstone. I mean, I love crystals. So are they, if that's what you meant, oh, you got the memes saying you got the strips. I like to urinate on them. Spitting is I think it's a little farther off. You can do that, but put so much in your mouth. But it's the fluids in the body that are the telling story of whether you're acid or alkaline. You want to pee on them, and your urine will tell you the most definitive area of where you are in your life. And so that's what I'm all about. Thank you guys for all your comments. You are welcome. So yeah, Dr. CB was amazing, but you know, it's like if you follow that guy, man, you can't really eat any foods and it just gets boring. I don't know, man. You know, as they say, I said this earlier, in heaven, all the interesting people are missing. So, when you get into that area of like all perfection, you keep living out that reality. There's no chaos to mix it up. So if you just have order all the time and there's no chaos, what would life be like? I know a lot of you would like, I would love to live a life like that. All order and no chaos. Absolutely. But then you would conform to all order and then you'd be bored with that. I can guarantee you. That's just the way we're wired, especially the way we're wired. Now, maybe if we're not wired that way, maybe that's for a different story, for a different conversation. What about beer or wine? Beer or wine are absolutely 1,000% acidic. All of it. So anytime you have beer or wine, it is an acid. And it will make you decay faster. Yeah, sure, wine has the resveratrol in it, and it's made from grapes, but it is absolutely, without a shadow of a doubt, acidic, and it will make you decay faster. As a matter of fact, those like coffee. Coffee's acidic. Those of you that drink wine or beer, I like my tequila. I like alcohol. It's all about moderation. So, but those of you that drink wine or beer, whatever, like if you have a glass of wine, you should be taking baking soda after you drink the wine. And you're going to notice you're going to burp. The burping should tell you that you're neutralizing the acid. That's what burping is. So you should be taking the baking soda after you have alcohol or beer or wine. It's going to help neutralize the acids. And as a matter of fact, I can assure all of you this, okay? If you can stay in a state of alkalinity, slightly alkaline, your chances of getting sick are reduced dramatically. Colds and all of that stuff. And that big thing on the world stage, if you're acidic, you are more likely, more susceptible to getting the flu, getting a cold, having a virus run through you, if you're in the acidic state. So because all this stuff, all this decay and acid is all in the lower chakra areas. It's in the lower pH scale. Bacteria, germs, they're all in the lower chakra realms. They all hang out in acid. So if you can stay in the slightly alkaline range, you are less likely to catch a cold, to get sick, any of that stuff. Now, I'm not saying you won't, but you are less likely to get sick. That's a fact. So I hope that helps some of you. But I'm a huge fan of baking soda. I mean, another tip for all of you, okay, is strive to do whatever you can to drink out of glass. This is a glass water. This is not vodka. This is a glass water bottle. And I refill it, and then after a while, I either clean them out or I throw them away and get another one. But I have a water service, and I buy the 5 gallons. Yeah, the big jugs. And I refill these. I drink out of glass because it's better than plastic. I keep track of my water. Most people are dehydrated. That's another way to get too much acid in your body, is being dehydrated. A majority of you watching this transmission are dehydrated. You don't drink enough water. Dehydration will lead to acidosis, which will lead to your demise and a decay rate of a much faster pace. It'll make you age quicker because we're made up of water primarily, if not everything, all water. So baking soda is amazing. If you buy bottled water and you test it, you'll test the majority of bottled water is acidic. So when you drink your bottled water, a lot of it is acidic. I've tested a lot of the store brands. They're not what they're cracked up to be. And that's a problem. So if you just take a little bit of baking soda, a little, like a pinch, and you put it in your water, drop it in there, it may change the taste a little bit. Depends how much you put in there, but it'll alkalize the water. And when you get good, you test it with the strips and you measure how much you're putting in there. And if you get in the habit of doing that, that's why alkaline water, that's why those of you that have the Kagan machines and like you feel better. Yeah, because your body doesn't have to convert that acidic water. That's why the whole alkaline water thing is come into play. Those of you that are watching this transmission, a big shout out to my great friend Johnny, who owns the company in Los Angeles called Zutra Water. He is one of the nicest people you'll ever meet. It's a dear friend of mine. And if you live in the Los Angeles, Orange County area, I think he may even deliver to San Diego now. He has a delivery service of water. He's got one of those big Mercedes Sprinter vans, and they deliver the 5-gallon waters. He has glass bottles and the real high-grade plastic bottles. His water is alkaline water. It tests about, when he's bottling it from the tap, he's bottling it at about 8.7, something like that. And the way he actually alkalizes his water is naturally through magnesium and calcium. He doesn't alkalize it through magnets like the Kagan machines do. He alkalizes it through adding in real products from the earth. And that will save you the trouble of having to drop a little baking soda in your water. So if you're in the Los Angeles area, if you're in the Orange County area, folks, water is like one of the most important things you should never skimp on. Trying to save any money. Don't do it with water. You're going to pay for it. So if you're in the Los Angeles area, you want to reach out to Zutra Water that are on Facebook. Tell them that Logan sent you. Tell them I said you can get a discount, Logan's discount. I guarantee you Johnny will hook you up. I get nothing from it. I'm just out here helping a friend. He's been a great friend of mine. He's one of the nicest people you'll ever meet. And he loves helping people drink better water. He's all about the water. So if you're in the LA area and you are buying, bottles from the store, forget all that garbage. He'll deliver it right to you. He's extremely reasonable. It's probably what you're paying now. You won't even have to buy it anymore from the stores. Lug it around. Delivers on. He's just a great dude, man. Big shout out to Zutra Water. Zutra is Z-U-T. Actually, I'm going to put it in here. Here's Johnny's water. Zutra. I think it's zutrawater.com. Let me see. Let me just double check. It's just zutra.com. I can't remember. Is it Zutra or Zutra Water? No. It's not Zutra.com. Maybe it's zutrawater.com. No, I don't know if he changed it or whatever, but he is on Facebook, social media. But if you just need an introduction, if you need to have me, if you want to get his phone number, folks, I'm spending time on this because I'm not trying to, like I said, not trying to convince you, but water's so important. And if you're in the LA area, man, and you're going to the store and you're buying Arrowhead or Evian water or Crystal Geyser, that stuff, it doesn't even pale in comparison to Zutra Water, because I know what he puts into it. He's puts a lot of love into his water company, and he really loves what he does. And you're supporting a really good mission in life as well. And I can guarantee you, it won't break your bank, and you probably won't even notice the difference in what you're spending on water. So, Sylvia, water from the store and then with a sniff baking soda is drinkable? Yes, it is. Water is acidic. Well, water is not supposed to be acidic. Water is supposed to be neutral. But because of the bottling process, and when you put it in bottles, of course, the plastic leaches into the water, and that has its say in the pH of what the water is going to be. So there you have it. And, like the Brita filters, those are all junk. They're just not good. They may filter out some kind of, but if your water's, it's not going to make your water alkaline. But yes, if you're buying water from the store and you put a little pinch of baking soda in there, it will make your water alkaline. But you got to test it for yourself. But if you don't like the taste of that, because baking soda is going to change the taste of the water, get yourself some limes or lemons. Get in the habit. You buy the little, like here in Mexico, they have the little limes. Buy a whole bunch of limes, cut them in half and squeeze them in your water. That'll instantly alkalize the water. Lemon water instantly alkalizes the water. If you're a fan of that, just, it gets a little more expensive, but distilled water is good, but distilled water is actually water that, typically distilled water takes everything out of the water, which there's pros and cons to that. There's pros and cons to that. Natural spring water is great. I'm a fan of that, but you should be testing your water. So folks, do the investment. Go buy the test strips on Amazon or eBay has them. They're called alkaline test strips. Just buy the test strips. They're little packets of strips. They're cheap. All of you should be doing this. All of you should be doing this. Test yourself. Pee on the strips when you wake up in the morning. If you're pissing on the strip and it's yellow, and you can measure it, it has a little chart it'll come with. If you match up to the acid, folks, you better be changing your eating habits and drinking habits. We don't die, we kill ourselves. It's just you want to slow down the decay process. And remember, man, if you're acid, you're more susceptible to getting sick. Decay is much quicker. It's very simple. It's a very simple process. Test your body. Test the water you're drinking. Make sure it's slightly alkaline. Eat more plants. Eat more alive foods, vegetables, fruits. Stay away from the dead foods. It's a challenge. So if your budget doesn't call for bottled water or whatever, just, like I said, just get some baking soda. It's super cheap. Couple dollars. It'll last you a couple months, if not longer. You just put a little bit of baking soda in your bottled water. And then if you're kind of like, well, I don't know how much to put in there, get some test strips. They're a couple dollars. $5. Great investment. And then test the water you put baking soda in. See what color the test strips come out. And then you can measure and gauge how much of a little pinch of baking soda you put in your water. That's it. Those of you that don't like the taste, use lemon or limes. It's really simple, folks. Ionized alkaline water is fine too. It's the same thing, folks. It's if you just go and study pH, just go to your favorite search engine, type in the pH scale. You're going to notice that it's a rainbow. And in the very dead center is base or neutral, which is going to be the number 7. At the very opposite end of the rainbow will be the number 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That is all considered acidic. Acid. Decay. That is bad cop. And then above the 7 is, finishing off the other end of the rainbow, is the numbers 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. That's alkaline. That's going to be blue to purple. That can also be deadly. Too much alkalinity can kill you. You want to be in the very dead center. You want to be slightly above 7. That's why the blood, if you study the blood, go type in, what is the pH of the blood? It's going to tell you it's very specific. It is slightly alkaline. The blood is. And it has to be that way. Because if your blood gets too acid or too alkaline, you will die. These are not my opinions. These are facts. So remember, I'll remind all of you that 7 and 8 are the nitrogen and oxygen, the two elements that make up the air we breathe. Nitrogen 79%, oxygen's 21%. Then you have a little bit of other things, argon and whatever else mixed in that they're going to tell you. But it tells you clear as day, the air we breathe is tied to pH, balance of just slightly alkaline, between 7 and 8. That is neutrality. That is how you win the game of life. If you want to lose the game of life, you can be really acid. You can be really cold, or you can be really hot and lose the game of life as well, which is too alkaline. You cannot be one or the other on those two sides of the spectrum. To win the game of life, you must be in the very dead center, which is neutral. Neutrality is what will win the game. Okay. You can use sodium bicarbonate. That's baking soda. You can use it to clean your fruits and veggies. Absolutely, you can do that. Yeah, exactly, Justin. Isn't it interesting that it is 7, right? pH balance is 7, and you have 7 days of the week, 7 colors of the rainbow. 52 weeks in a year, 5 plus 2 is 7. Well, you think that's an accident? 7 chakras. 7. 7 is balance. Balance is all the chakras. All of them must be balanced. And each chakra has a scale of 1 to 7. So your root chakra has 7 chakras in it. And it runs off yin yang. And your sacral has 7 chakras inside of it, which runs off of yin yang. And your solar plexus has 7 chakras in it, which run off yin yang, black and white. Good cop, bad cop. They all do. Chaotic neutral or lawful neutral? Just neutral. And you can definitely do urine therapy, which is drinking. It's challenging. I've done it one time, and it's not for the faint of heart. It's 2:20 in the morning. Judy. So those of you, when I'm going to be coming out with this nutritional program, I hope some of you will be able to join in. I'm going to be doing weekly Zoom meetings. You're going to have to join in. You don't have to show your face, but you're going to have to join in. That will be a mandatory requirement, your participation, to come on and listen to me. You coach you guys and gals and give you these pep talks and make sure you're on track. You need the suggestions and to make sure you're, being involved, because that's what it takes to get as healthy as you can be. For those of you that have the luxury of buying supplementation, I'm going to share with all of you the supplements that I personally take, the ones that I take. And let me tell you, I've researched them all. I try a lot of different stuff. I'm a huge fan of certain supplements. Those of you that can afford to buy some of these supplements, one of my favorite go-tos is there's a green supplement powder called Green Vibrance. It's one of my favorites. I got it in my freezer right now. It was a little costly to get it down here in Mexico, but it's worth it. It's got 25 billion probiotics in it. It's awesome. And everything's on the label. There's nothing proprietary, meaning nothing is like we're going to hide it because we can't expose it to you because we're afraid you're going to steal our recipe. It's not that kind of exposure. It's a supplement that has everything on the label. I like those kinds of companies. It's an award-winning green supplement. Those of you that don't eat enough plants and vegetables, this is something that you'd want to take. Something that I really, really highly suggest is called Green Vibrance. You can buy it. Probably one of the cheapest places to get it if you're in the U.S. is a website called allstarhealth.com. You got to buy a minimum of a certain amount of dollars to get free shipping, but if you spend over that dollar limit, it's totally worth it. I think it's going to be the cheapest. The second cheapest may be Vitacost. They have coupons sometimes, but All Star Health is my go-to. to get Green Vibrance. That's my go-to supplement, Green Vibrance, folks. Dr. Ohari is the best probiotic in the business, I think. That's the one that I will be. Thank you for that suggestion, Clockwork 113. I take it every single night before I go to bed. I have the blister packs in my refrigerator, and every night before I go to bed, I take that as my probiotic. Probiotics are they're an essential nutrient now because the majority of our gut digestions have been compromised by all of the ingestion of glyphosate, which is the chemical they spray in the Roundup all around the entire world. I know it's been banned in a lot of countries, but the damage has been done. It's in the water cycles, and it's in the water cycle. It's in the rain. It sucks, man. And so that is the probable culprit of the reason why many people have digestion issues, especially those that are sensitive to gluten. You're not sensitive to gluten, you're sensitive to glyphosate, which is the chemical they spray on gluten, and that's the reason why people think they have a gluten sensitivity. Some people really do, but the majority of people do not. They have a chemical imbalance to the glyphosate they sprayed all over the place, which is it's crazy. Diatomaceous earth is an amazing supplement as well. It's all crust up shells and it cleans out your digestion system. Justin, do nootropics work? Do your research on them. I've never used them, so I can't give you my testimony. I'm somebody who has to take it myself. Matter of fact, no, I don't have it here. Hang on one sec, folks. All right, so since we're on the topic of this, I was gifted this by my friend Anne Marie, and this is from the company LifeWave, and this is a multi-level marketing company, being very transparent. Some of you are fans of it, some of you are not, but make no mistake about it. Forget about what the company is as far as money is concerned, the product itself. Now, I have not used these yet. I was gifted these by Anne Marie, who is part of the Syncretism Society. And, obviously, if you're a part of Syncretism Society, Santos and Danny are a big proponent of this company. I don't know much about other than a small fragment of what I've read. I haven't put these on yet. I've got 2 patches in here. This is the X39 patch. Supposedly, this is like the best all-around patch they have. And these inside here, and where are the damn patches? They're down here. So this is what these look like. They're these little patches, and you just put them on your body, and you wear them. And they're supposed to deliver to you, it's supposed to work with your body, increase your stem cell counts, and a whole host of other healing modalities that this company supposedly has countless independent studies on their product. You can get involved with this company. I have not gotten involved with this company. I may get involved with this company. I'm just not a person that would probably dive into dedicating a big portion of my life to earning dollars from this. But if you're someone who is a go-getter, if you're someone who's been in sales, if you're an esoteric kind of person, you may want to get involved. This may bring you financial freedom. There are people that are making thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars every single month, every single day by being a member, this is an independent, you become a 1099 kind of person. If you fancy that kind of stuff, you can earn money and become a representative of that company and sign up and all that kind of stuff. But I'm not at that level just right now, but we're talking about health and wellness. So I just wanted to share that with all of you. And you may resonate with that. So take it for what it is. I'm going to try it. And I'm going to give you my feedback. Some people have asked me, what do you think about LifeWave? What do you think? I haven't used them yet, but I was just given these, and I'm going to test them out. So, okay. So I'll be able to let all of you know soon enough of what it's like to be a part of this LifeWave. So, all right. So, let's play a little bit of deep. This next song is by Deep Space Pilots called Space Ghost. The song is amazing. I know I'm going to get a copyright on this, but that's okay. I don't monetize this. That's one of the reasons why I don't monetize, because I want to be able to play the music I want to play. And a big shout out to all the artists, man. You know, like, they do what they do, and you can't earn any cash off of their music, their entitlements. So I just play what I want in the background, and I'll get a notification on here, and they may end up wanting to take down the video. Who knows? But so far, so good. All right, so I'm going through your... Drinking my pee is free. Yeah, it sure is. Urine therapy, I got a book on it. I read it. I was floored at what it can do. And of course, Santos is a huge proponent of urine therapy, and he'll tell you straight up. You'll hear it from the horse's mouth. He'll tell you how amazing it is and how therapeutic it is. I've done it one time. It was tough. It was tough, but I did it. I've only done it one time. One time. All right, so let's get into some card reading, shall we? And then maybe I'll take some phone calls, and I think I'm going to call it a night, because it is 2:30 here, and I want to eat, and then I can't go to bed for a little bit, because I just don't eat and go to bed on a full stomach here. So does anybody want a card pulled? I'm sure a lot of you are going to jump on this. You watch, it'll just be like a huge flood of people saying, yeah, I want to get a card. Yeah, 432. Thank you for that. The 7 deadly sins. Yep. That's a great synchronicity with the pH scale. And acid is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's a great, wow. That's great. And of course, remember the 6 days of creation. It's all acid, folks. It's all acid. 6 days of creation is tied to acid, which is what we're wired towards. Acid is satiation. Sex is acid. Food is acid, the majority of it anyway. And you got to play the game. How do you book a personal reading, Aurea? Thank you for your interest in that. Those of you that are interested in a reading, I don't do them every day because they take a lot of my time up. But if you're interested in a personal reading, you would email me that, and I would send you back. My email is decodeyourreality@gmail.com. Just send me a reading. Say, hey, I'm interested in a reading, and I'll send you more information on that. Decodeyourreality@gmail.com. And then we'll get you situated. Life is a huge joke, Alex. 1000% it is. All right, so here we go. Sketches. First card. I don't need your birthdays, folks. Just, it's cool if you want to put your birthday there. I would imagine you're May 13th. Okay. Oh, Aria, you already sent me an email. Okay, I just haven't. My routine, just all of you watching, my routine normally is I read my emails in the morning time when I start my day, and then sometimes at night. But I'm so inundated with decoding that I really shut a lot of things off at night. So, and sometimes I go days without responding. So just be patient. I'm not trying to avoid you. And I'm just a one-man show right now, so I have no one monitoring everything. So just have a little patience. But if you sent me an email, I'm sure I'll get back to you on a reading, and I'll send you some information back. So Okay, so sketches. We'll get your card here. So I'm gonna pick all the cards from the middle of the deck, and then, like I said, you got to do your own research on what the card means, because I don't know what you're thinking, what your life's all about. But typically, the basic fundamentals of this card reading from here on out for all of you is, what's the most important thing for you to focus on in your life right now? And that could be obviously your job, your relationship, your brother, your sister, your mother, your father. I don't know what's the most important thing for you to focus on in your life right now. And that's what we're going to be doing for these cards. So sketches, you're going to be the first one here. And we're going to pull the card in the middle of the deck for you. Most important thing for you to focus on in your life right now is the Three of Wands. This card right here is the 25th card in the deck. If you're going from the straight up tarot, from the old school style, it can be looked at so many different ways. This can also be the 39th card in the deck. I have a new way of reading the cards, but nonetheless, this is the Three of Clubs. This is the Three of Wands tied to the character Lucifer in so many ways. But this card right here, if you forget about all what I just said, the Three of Wands means launching long-term plans. This card is tied to the word hell. The very reason we come down here, we must start launching our long-term plans. So for you, sketches, the most important thing for you to focus on right now, what's going on in your life? Did you start a new job, start a new adventure? Did you draw a line in the sand, decided not to do something? You must start to launch your long-term plans. Did you start a business? Thinking about starting a business. That's what this card is linking towards, and it's tied to your mind. So it's tied to an idea. It's tied to an idea that you're thinking about, or entertaining, or given. Okay? And if you need more information on that, just go type in Three of Wands, Teach Me Tarot. You're going to get the first link. Go to that website, teachmetarot.com, and Three of Wands is in there, and it should give you everything you need to know about your life. 144 is following me everywhere. What does 144 mean? Elsa, it's too challenging to give you any kind of information on what that means for you right now, because the 144 is a broad stroke number. It means so many different things. 144 is tied to 666. 144 digits into the string of pi, when you add all those up, equals the number 666. So 144 is tied to 666, which is tied to carbon, which is tied to us, mankind, tied to the game of life. So I really just don't know. I'd have to look around and poke around a lot more. Those of you that are seeing patterns of numbers, keep track of those numbers and then try to connect something to that number that you're seeing. Look for billboards, signs, songs that pop in your head, people that you meet, ask them what their birthdays are, what do they do for a living. You're looking for every and any single clue you possibly can think of when looking at your life. The places you visit, the phone numbers, the latitude, longitude, the addresses. It's so complex, this code, but it's so simple if you're conscious of it. The 144 can mean so many things. I just don't know really what it links to in your life, but it could probably have some relevance to your childhood. I would start looking in your childhood, the residence that you grew up in, the numerology of the house that you grew up in, the street name, the street number, the house number that you grew up in, all that kind of stuff. Folks, it goes so deep. It goes even deeper. Like, what's your school mascot? Mine was the tiger. I graduated from a school called the Turtelot Tigers. Well, what's the tiger in the Chinese zodiac? What's the striped planet? Jupiter. Where's your Jupiter in your chart? What does the tiger mean for you? Tiger's Gemini. I got 5 planets in Gemini's house of number 3. That's why I got the tiger from my mascot. It's all scripted, my code. It's crazy. All right, so thank you, Claire. So let's get you Martin Kovacs. And I'm going to pull them all from the middle, folks, because I'm shuffling them. And so let's get you one, Martin. So Martin, you have the 8 of Swords. This is my birth card. This is the Trapped and Limited card, and one of the very reasons why I'm going to show all of you the Prison Planet Decode. This is my birth card, by the way. Connect the dots. Okay, Prison Planet. My parents worked in the prison system. I'm going to show you Prison Planet. I'm going to show you the exit strategy. Martin, you got this card right here, Trapped and Limited. What's going on in your life of you being trapped and limited? Are you stuck in a relationship that you don't like? Are you stuck in a partnership that you don't like? Are you stuck in a situation that you feel trapped or limited on? Most important thing for you to focus on in your life right now is getting out of that prison. How do you get out of that prison? Well, it starts with the mental realm. It's creating the idea and realizing and owning that space of, hey, I'm in a prison right now, and you're responsible for that prison. You're the only person responsible for it at the end of the day. If you need more information on that card, Martin, you just go to Google and type in, or your favorite search engine, type in Eight of Swords, Teach Me Tarot, and you'll find some more nuggets with the first website that pops up, teachmetarot.com. Okay, Judy Conway. Or Conaway, sorry if I mispronounce your name. No disrespect, but it's Judy. Judy Conaway, let's get you a card. So Judy Conaway, you got the Three of Swords. Now, I don't pull these. I'm not one of those tarot card readings that's going to do, is it reversed? But, you know, when I pulled this thing out, it was reversed, okay? So I'm saying it's possible, but let's talk about the upright version. This card, straight up, is tied to the game of life, because when you come down here and incarnate into man, it's a lot of suffering and heartbreak. But if it's reversed, of course, if you're having any heartbreak or suffering, if you had a breakup recently or a relationship that dissolved or whatever, it may mean that the heartbreak is going to be leaving you, or you're actually going through some heartbreak right now, or you're going through something that's very painful. But it's going to end, and it ends with you. You must relinquish that heartbreak. It will only last as long as you give it attention. Now, obviously, if there are other people involved, then you have to wait on them if they're going to have any kind of say so. Like if you're going through a divorce and they have to sign the papers and that's involving heartbreak, well, then it takes two to tango. So it may just mean that. But if it's reversed, of course, again, the heartbreak may end up subsiding and you may end up having a lot of relief coming into your life. Hey, let me just switch this music because I don't want to play the song 3 times over. Let's get trying to look and see. Give me a second, folks. Let's try this. Okay. All right, so divine spirit, relationship with mate. If you're asking what your situation is with your mate, I mean, do you have a challenge there? Typically, I mean, usually the answer's already embedded. The answer's in the question. Like if some of you are saying, "Hey, I want to know about my relationship," that means you're probably not satisfied with your relationship. Because if you were satisfied with it, you probably wouldn't be asking about it. So that typically the answer's in the question. So I'm going to pull a card for you. Who was it that asked me that? Divine Spirit. So you got the 8 of Wands, which is tied to the 8 of Clubs, which is the 21st card in the deck, which is tied to the World card. 21 means love. The word love in numerology is 21. But this card, the representation of this, things are moving fast. Are you getting engaged? Did you get engaged? Did you just move in together? Are you wanting to go through a breakup? If that, any of these things, if you're on the brink of something, it's telling you that it's about to move very, very quickly. That's what that card means. So if you need more information, type in 8 of Wands, Teach Me Tarot, and you'll get more of an answer on there. So I hope that helps you, Divine Spirit. Crypto Kitten, let's get you next. I'm trying to do these in order. What's the most important thing? Of course. So you got it reversed, but again, these go both ways. So it's like, okay, so reversed or right side up, you got the same card as Martin did, I think, but it's the Trapped and Limited card, Crypto Kitten. So where in your life are you trapped and limited? You should automatically know this right away. Like you shouldn't have to think about it. This should be instantaneous for the majority of you. There will be some of you that have to really think about it, but is it a sense of you either being in a state of trapped and limited, or you're like, I got a lot of relief, and you know that you're out of that state of being trapped and limited if it's flipped like that. So hopefully that helps you out there. But again, if you need more information on what that means, Eight of Swords, trapped, Teach Me Tarot, and you should be able to get your information. Pinker, any questions or hydrochloroquine? Folks, you shouldn't need to take any drug. That's it. Your body shouldn't need to take any kind of drug. It shouldn't. Now, obviously, I got some Advil sitting over there for pain, right? Sometimes I take them. I'm not going to be inauthentic and tell you I don't. But I'm saying is you're asking a question on your immune system. If your immune system is high, if you're living in a state of pH balance or slightly alkaline, your body should take care of itself. If you're overweight, if you're unhealthy, if you know you're unhealthy, if you're authentic with and I'm not saying you are, Pinker, you asked, is it Pinker? Yeah, you asked that question. I'm not saying you're not healthy. I want to be very crystal clear, giving this in a general sense. But folks, if you can't check off the list, like, do you work out? If you can work out, do you exercise? Can you check that off the list? If you can and you don't check it off the list, well then how do you diagnose something if you're not doing the basic essentials? So all of you watching this, if you can exercise and you don't, you cannot check that off the list. So don't bother trying to diagnose yourself. Exercise. Okay? And then, are you getting the 90 essential nutrients every day? Can you check that off the list? So that must be checked off the list. Are you drinking at least a half a gallon or more of water every day? That's got to get checked off the list. Are you eating more alkaline foods versus acid foods? That's got to be checked off the list. You see, these are all crucial, basic, defaulted things that need to get checked off the list before we start getting into, hey, should I take that drug or should I do that? Folks, get your immune system at an all-time high. Get yourself physically fit. Get yourself out of the ruts. And then move into the diagnosis mode of like trying to cure your ailments. Those of you that have skin conditions, eczema, psoriasis, guess what that is? Something internally is coming out of you. And typically when you have eczema or psoriasis, you are too acidic. You have acid coming through your skin. Got to get more alkaline. That's it. Start there. Forget about the dermatologist. He's just going to cure the effect, not the cause. The cause of typical psoriasis or eczema is you are eating shit. You're eating shitty foods. That's it. If I were to sit with the majority of people that have skin conditions and we'd go over all their food regimen, I guarantee I could see the problem. It's always in what you're eating. Stop eating. Don't eat for a couple weeks. I guarantee your skin conditions will clear up. Some of you won't do that because your stomach owns you. Your little hunger pains in your stomach, that owns you. That's your boss. You have no control over your life. And I'm just keeping it real with all of them. I'm not singling anybody out. So Pinker, I'm not singling you out. So I want to be crystal clear. This is a general discussion and I'm generalizing. Majority of you, your stomach owns you. And I get it. Trust me. I'm not immune to anything I'm telling you. Super Champion Rocker. Let's pull a card for you. So Super Champion Rocker, you got the Strength card. Now this is an interesting card number 8, tied to Scorpio. But if you watch my Virgin Decoded, I have a feeling that this right here is the Virgin Mary, taming the lion. The lion is the sun. The lion is Leo. Leo in astrology is lorded over by the sun. This may be the Virgin, the Taurus fields, taming the sun, the lion. That's what this may mean right here. So what do you gotta what do you need to do to increase Super Champion Rocker? I think it was. What do you need to do to tame the line in your life? What do you need to do to take control in your life? To add more strength in your life? What do you got to do? Okay. I hope that helps. And again, if you need more information, just type in Strength Card Tarot, Truly Teach Me Tarot, and you'll find it. But you need more strength. You got to dig down deep. I hope that helps you. Folks, if this reading doesn't help you, if you're like, I didn't get anything out of it, just send me an email and tell me. Give me some feedback or tell me right here. Like, no, I'm not resonating with that at all. So we can get it out in the open and figure this out. That's what we're here for. Closed mouths don't get fed. Sylvia want to know if I can remain at my job. These are tough questions. That's a tough question because, okay, I'll just pull it. Let's see, Sylvia. Because if you're asking because you may be forced to have to get something, let's see what the card says. Well, you got the Emperor card, and I mean, this is the king on the chessboard. This is saying, be the boss, be the king. Pull out your masculine energy. Tied to the Moon card, tied to the 4th house, which is Cancer. Tied to Mars. You got to be pulling out your masculine energy. So whatever that means for you, remaining at your job, maybe you got to put your foot down. Maybe you got to be the boss. Maybe you got to be very authoritative in the decision that you're about to make on whatever you're going to be faced with. All right, Colleen Cardine. Colleen, let's get you one. So Colleen, you got the 2 of Cups, and this is the 2 of Hearts, and this is a card of contracts. This is a card of a union, of coming together of 2 people, and the 2 cups are representing a contract. What's really fascinating is the current Pope of the Vatican has this card for his birth, and it's tied to his 2nd house, which is in the sign of Aquarius. It's telling you the Pope has made a contract in the age of Aquarius. That's what this card means for that guy. For you, what kind of contract? It's partnerships, agreements, contracts. What does that mean for you? These are really simple things, folks. Don't try to overcomplicate them. Like, okay, a contract for you. Like, what does that mean for you? What kind of contract? And it may just be made, the contract may have just been made with a new addiction that you have. We all have them. Or maybe a new decision that you've made, or a conformity that you've made. Okay? And I think Sylvia was asking if you can remain at your job. Well, do you want to stay at your job? So these folks, again, if you're going to ask the question, no problem, but the answer usually is in the questions. For those of you, you get questions like, should I move? That's a classic one. Should I move? Well, do you want to move? The fact that you're asking, should you move, is telling me loud and clear that you want to move. Well, of course you should move. It's a fact of like, when do you want to move? Make it happen. Your little voice is telling you you should move, that you already have the answer. The voice in your head owns you. So just, a lot of you don't execute. You're just stuck in your mind of going back and forth, good cop, bad cop, and trying to weigh everything out. Just execute. Don't be a flat squirrel. You know, the flat squirrel, the ones that you see in the road that are dead, those are the squirrels that couldn't make a decision. Don't be a flat squirrel. Make a decision. So, Divine Spirit, didn't I just pull a card for you? Yeah, I did. So, relationship issue. Okay, well, there Thinking of breaking up. Okay. Well, thinking of breaking up. Well, again, folks, those of you that are in relationships right now and you don't wake up happy, you need to ask yourself why. Why are you not waking up happy? Whether you live with that person or not, what is not being fulfilled in your life? You see, I am a firm believer in relationships. And again, this is just how I do my coaching with people. I've coached a lot of relationship type scenarios. I've failed it. 3 marriages, okay? So that doesn't make me, and I'm totally transparent with that doesn't make me the authority on relationships, but I can tell you what not to do. But I can honestly tell I have Saturn in my 7th house. That's one of the reasons why I have 3 failed marriages. But I can honestly tell you what I've seen from my own personal experience and what I see in other people's lives. The very biggest reason why people end up not making it in a relationship is because each other are trying to force their agenda upon one another. They don't like the way their partner does something. Too bad. Just let them be them. And if you're not okay with the new things that they're doing, like you weren't doing that when I first met you, well, of course not. What do you think? I'm going to do the same things that I did from the very beginning until not 20 years later, I'm still going to be the same person? That's boring. Live and let live, folks. If you're not happy in the relationship that you're in, you got to ask yourself, why? Why are you not? What's not being fulfilled in your life? Have you grown apart? Are you waking up and are you extremely ecstatic to start your day and be in your day? If you're not in that space, how do you get there? I'm there. And this is not about comparing my life with yours. I'm just saying it's like, I am there. I'm single right now. Totally fine with that space, especially in this time that we're in. Some people thrive in relationships. It's riding a wave. You get into a relationship, you get out of one. You stay single. You may jump into a relationship, whatever. But folks, if you're in a relationship and you're not happy, why are you not happy? And if you can be authentic with oh, well, it's their fault. Well, and that's just you trying to be right. You're both right. What's really the issue? What's really the issue? If you make the change and you get out of it, life will go on for you. You're not going to die. The other person's not going to die. If you end up making that choice and going off on your own, then your life will be different. It's what you make of it, though, right? It's like you wake up, you're going to wake up happy by that decision. A lot of people I know stay in relationships only because they just do not want to change, and they'll stay in that relationship they absolutely hate. What a miserable life to be in. Same with a job. .432. If you're on the right path with your new business idea, okay? New business idea for 432 hertz. Well, you got the card of celebration. 3 of hearts. This is the card of celebration. So, you got the card of celebration, 432 hertz. Does your idea resonate with celebration? Does it deserve celebration? Maybe you're not celebrating enough. Maybe you're not thinking your idea is good enough. Maybe your idea is genius and you need to go out and celebrate and own that space. And just remember, little coaching, don't tell anybody your idea. The less people that you share your idea with, the better off it will be. When you're ready to expose your idea, then you can tell the world. Once it's already established and off to the races. But a lot of people get really excited and they want to tell everybody about it. And then you get all this energy coming in from other people. And a lot of those other people may not like your idea, and you're getting all this energy and you're not transmuting it. And you're just absorbing all these negative missiles about, yeah, that dude thinks his idea, that idea is stupid. They don't see the full things you see. So they're automatically going to assume, we talked about this assumption earlier, people thinking, oh, that's just a disinformation agent because he's wearing the color red. What an absurd, retarded thing to say. So don't tell people your ideas. You're going to absorb negative missiles. Not everybody's going to like your idea. Once you get your idea established that you think is going to be needed for celebration, this is telling you to go out and celebrate. But you got to feel it. All right, so going through, I may have missed some of your comments. Hey, what's up, Maximus? God, I got so many cards I think I missed here. All right, so let's get one for Edgel. Edgel? E-D-J-U-L? Let's get one for you. So Edgel, you got the Queen of Swords, which is the Queen of the King of Swords, which is the King of the Earth, King of Spirituality. The King is the one that has no emotions making decisions. The Queen, on the other hand, a little bit different. The Queen is very compassionate, empathic about making decisions, very straight and drive, but like what kind of authoritative figure do you need to become on the world stage? This is of course a card of high spirituality. The Queen, swords means spirituality. The spade suit tied to this, a card of spirituality and being that authoritative figure. So for you, I don't know what's going on in your life, but the better thing to do is to go type in Queen of Swords, Teach Me Tarot, and you'll have some more answers when you go click on that website. That should pop up in the first position. So Pinker, I would not use a drug like hydrochloroquine for a detox. And remember, see, who is pushing this idea of hydrochloroquine? The mainstream. You got to get, folks, I want to be very clear. Stop watching this stuff. Or be very selective on what you watch or listen to. If it's somebody pushing something that involves that huge idea on the world stage, I would be staying clear away from any of that stuff. Go to nature. Go to nature to heal your body. Get away from the static in the news. If somebody is pushing something that's going to heal that big idea on the world stage, that is still being a part of the mainstream. You want to stay as far away of that stuff as you can. If any of you out there has brain fog, the brain fog is caused by too much acid in your body. That's pretty much the root of everything is acid, too much acid. Your eating habits probably need to get cleaned up. You probably have heavy metals in your body you need to detox out. All these things need to get checked off the list before you start trying to diagnose it with some pharmaceutical that somebody's talking about to cure something that's in the static on the world stage that is going to try to suck you in and get you stuck more into the Mr. Smith and the agent of the Matrix. Intermittent fasting is absolutely very beneficial. I love fasting. All right, Maximus, let's get you a card. Here we go, Maximus. So Maximus, the Judgment card, card number 20. What's going on in your life? Now, obviously, this thing can mean so many different things. 20. I mean, the word free equals 20. Mason equals 20. Are we being judged on the free will that we have? Maybe. But what's going on in your life for you to pull that card up? Be authentic with yourselves now, ladies and gentlemen, not just Maximus. All of you, be authentic with this. entire transmission. Don't be trying to, there's no one there looking at you as you're watching this transmission. No one there to judge you. No one's looking at what you look like. No one's looking at your life. No one's picking apart your life. There's no reason to hide right now. This is a personal endeavor at this point. Okay? Try to be authentic as you can. I'm looking at your creating passions. Yeah, I appreciate everybody. Thank you for your comment. Pinker. Okay, cool. What takes away metals? I mean, you got cilantro, you have parsley, you have these natural foods that will detox. And then, folks, how's your teeth? You got to look at your teeth health. All the teeth are connected to meridian points. You have, mercury issues. You have root canals. Those are connected to meridian points. Dental is a big thing for me. I mean, I've been one of the unfortunate ones just to have a rough time with my teeth, man. I've really struggled with them, but I've gotten back on track. But man, Sylvia, please pull a card if I can remain at my job. Well, Sylvia, so I pulled the Emperor card. So you got to go study the Emperor card. What does that Emperor card mean for you? The Emperor card's the king on the chessboard. So maybe it's you need to either take a stand or you will remain. I mean, I don't know what it means for you. As I said, these are so generalized, but if you go type in the Emperor Teach Me Tarot in your favorite search engine, you're going to find your answers, because that's the card I pulled for you, Sylvia, was for your job. It was the Emperor card, if you remember that. So I hope that helps. Just go study that card more. You'll get so much more on that website. The Emperor Teach Me Tarot. Just type that in your favorite search engine, and it should be the first hit that you get in that search engine, and you'll find your answers there. Willows. Will XRP make me wealthy? Maybe. I got a lot of people that I follow that think that it will. I don't know. I mean, crypto is. Or are you asking that question, Willows? That's a question I wouldn't even pull a card for. Sorry. Looking at your comments for okay. Okay, so is it Avneet Kaur? Sorry, I can't pronounce your name. Avneet Kaur. Let's get a card for you. I know I'm rifling through the stuff, but again, so you got the Ace of Cups. This one's tied to the first card in the deck in the Cards of Illumination, the Ace of Hearts. And of course, this is the monad, the beginning part of fire, the element fire. So this card right here, and this is overflowing. You have the dove with the Eucharist, and the symbolism is this is something that's overflowing. So right now, what's going on for you? This to me is an initiation of some kind of idea in your life. So the most important thing for you to focus on in life right now is, abundance should be coming into your life based off of something that you initiated with an idea. And, this card right here is a positive card. So if you have more information you're looking for, just go type in Ace of Cups, Truly Teach Me Tarot, and you'll find more information on that of Avni. Okay, so hope you get something from that. Okay, cool. Okay, Jane, let's get you a card. Oh, and then I'll get you Solomon. Just, it's interesting looking at all these different avatars that we go through. So for Jane L, you got another, this is second person that's got this. That's the Queen. The Queen of Swords. And, again, this is tied to spirituality and tied to the mind, but really it's the Queen taking charge. So this could mean so many things, Jane. So I'm going to suggest that you go type in Queen of Swords, Teach Me Tarot in your favorite search engine and go read about that card. There's going to be paragraphs and paragraphs. And remember, you just want to be an open book. You want to be authentic with your life. What does it mean for you? What does the Queen mean for you right now? What kind of message is the Queen going to give you right now for your life? Okay. And let's get you a card now. Solomon. Let's get a card for Solomon. So Solomon, you got the Four of Cups, and this card right here is, typically a card of boredom and dissatisfaction. The Four of Hearts means the Four of Mars, and the Four of Cups is definitely a card like what's going on in your life where you have these choices maybe. They're going to be close to your heart, but like conformity, it would be the word that I probably use for you. What have you conformed to that you're dissatisfied? Again, this is a card of dissatisfaction and boredom. Okay, I need to shake things up. What's stale in your life? Is there any stality in your life? And is there any dissatisfaction in your life? Anywhere in your life right now where you're experiencing any kind of dissatisfaction, that's where you need to shake the tree, stir the pot. And you should look at your areas of life where you've kind of conformed, maybe stuck in some habits. But it's going to be something that you probably are heartfelt with. All right. So I hope that helps. Again, Four of Cups, Teach Me Tarot would be the search. Let the words that you want to use in the search box. Okay, so Pinker, let's get you a card. I don't know if this is for you but so you got the Ace of Swords, Pinker. I don't know if this is for you or your friend, but this is this is tied to the number 50, which is the merger of worlds. But this is totally a card. If you notice the symbology, there's a sword with the crown on there. This is a card of triumph. These aces are seed planters, so typically it involves an idea. But if you need more information on that, or your friend needs that, you just want to type in Ace of Swords, Teach Me Tarot. Go read about that, and you'll get some more information on that. Okay. I appreciate all the feedback. Thank you for the compliments and comments. Pamela Swan, let's get a card for you. So Pamela, this one came out, like I said, these can be reversed. So again, if it's not in your face with what the direct narrative is of what I'm saying, it could be the mirror of that. So this card right here is the Five of Cups. And the figure is obviously someone who's in a depressed state or, mourning, but the whole point of this card is that there's 3 cups that are spilled over and there's 2 cups behind you. So it's a card or an energy of like whatever is causing you any kind of distress in life, you need to let that go, because something else in your life will cause you happiness, and you need to focus on that. So what's going on in your life right now? I mean, look at the other card that we got. We got the worry state and fear. So for Pamela, like what's going on? What do you need to let go of? Or have you already let go of that? And of course, you should have some new energy waves moving into your life. But if you're still in that state, of mourning, or maybe there's a death, or maybe you found out some news or something like that. These cards saying, like, forget that. Okay? Don't wallow in it too long. Do your mourning if you have to, but there's still energy behind you that you should just turn around and look at, and you're going to be good. All right? Yes, Edgel, you asked about the video Ripple from Grateful Dead. I've seen the video a couple times. Yep. I've done some decoding on there just quickly. I wasn't really crazy. I'm not a Grateful Dead fan. Their music, not something that I fancy, but a lot of people are. Sarah, what will your card say? Let's get a card for you, Sarah. And then DP, I got you next. So Sarah, you got the Ace of Wands. And again, these are seed planter cards, and this is dealing with the mind because the Wands is about the mind. But I don't know what's going on in your life. So, these aces typically mean, planting the seeds of success. So it's of the mind. So do you have an idea that you need to get out onto the world stage? Have you delivered an idea? Are you part of a think tank? I don't know. You need to go to the search engine and type in Ace of Wands, Truly Teach Me Tarot, and you'll get the first link there, teachmetarot.com, Ace of Wands. Go and research the heck out of that card and read about it and see what resonates with you and your life and what answers that you're looking for. Okay. All right. So DP, let's get you a card. We'll do one shuffle here. So DP. So DP, you got the Queen of Cups, the Queen of Hearts, tied to the Queen in the Alice in Wonderland stories of Lewis and Carroll, the Queen. But nonetheless, the Queen of Cups runs the heart, the compassionate Queen of the heart. So is there anything going on in your love relationship right now? Is there an area in your life that you need to be more compassionate about? Is there an area in your life that maybe there's a friend in need, or is your relationship needing some kind of mending? If you need more information on that, just go type in Queen of Cups, Teach Me Tarot, and you're going to find more information out with that, okay? You guys are all welcome. Okay, and then we got Shout. And I'm going to do a couple more, and I think I'm going to end the transmission because I'm hungry. It's late for me. And if you've been a follower of this research on my channel, you know how long I can go. My record's 6 hours and 1 minute. So I can keep going. I mean, I got tons of energy. But anyway, who wanted one? It was Shout. So let's get a Shout 3N, whatever. You got a long avatar name. But let's get one for Shout. Wow, Shout. So this is almost two in a row. Queen of Swords for you. Again, the Queen of Swords is spiritual queen. Our spirituality is tied to the swords, the spades. Needs to cut through a lot of things. Typically, when you get these swords in the higher arenas of the Queen and the King, it's really pulling out some royalty energy, dealing with spirituality. But really, the best thing to do is go to a search engine of yours that you like. Type in Queen of Swords, Teach Me Tarot. That's the combination of words. Queen of Swords, Teach Me Tarot. The first website you pull up probably is going to be Teach Me Tarot, Queen of Swords, and just click on there and go read about that, what it means for you, because these are obviously very broad stroke, okay? But they should really give you your message. I'm being a catalyst for all of you right now, folks, and if you're willing to pay attention to what these cards are delivering to you for your message, you will have keys to your kingdom. I can assure you. These are not, it's not like, I can't find my answer. Trust me, you will find your answer if you're willing to dig. These are all messages for you. You are all supposed to be here tonight, this morning, whatever time of day it is for you. All right. So Wavy Face, let's get you a card. And Wavy Face, you got the 8 of Wands. It was also reversed. So again, these can be reversed or flip side up depending on how you read them in your life. But this is the 8 of Wands. When this card comes up, this is an air card. This is a mind card. This is things moving fast. This is typically very easy to understand. This card is things are moving fast in your life or things about to move fast. What's going to move fast in your life? What's happening in your life that needs to move fast? Have you made a decision? If you've made a decision and you get that 8 of Wands card, it's not a time to go back on that decision and try to pull back on that. It's already moving forward. So what's going on in your life, some kind of event or something that you've made a decision on, it's going to start moving fast with that 8 of Wands. It can also mean travel as well. Okay, a lot of ideas in your mind. But again, if you need more information on that, just go to your favorite search engine, type in 8 of Wands, Teach Me Tarot, and you should get some great information. So Wavy Face, I hope you help with that, okay? All right, so Michael Walton, let's get one for you. And again, folks, I'm just going through these really quickly. So Michael Walton, you got the 6 of Pentacles, otherwise known as the 6 of Diamonds. It's the counterpart. It would be the angel in the angel and demon story. It's the angel of the Matrix. And of course, it's the one that gives to charity. So this card has many different significant meanings to it, Michael Walton. It could mean that you need to give more because perhaps maybe your energy's stuck, maybe your flow is stuck. And when any of you that are stuck in financial flow, anytime you're lacking in life, if you just get out there and give, pay it forward, do some random acts of kindness, that's what this card means, you will get back into the flow again. You're going to complete that circuit. So Michael Walton, it could mean that you're not giving enough. It could mean that you are giving and you're on track. This is probably confirming that for you. But if you're not, if you're stuck or you need to get more finances in your life, this is telling you to get more finances in your life, you need to give more. And if you need more information on that, just go type in 6 of Pentacles, Teach Me Tarot in your favorite search engine, and you will find more nuggets beyond what I'm telling you there. And you're just looking for one piece to resonate with, and that's it. Yeah, I'm getting tired, right? Because I have to eat and stuff like that. Thank you all for your comments. So I got Michael. Let's do a few more. And then if I missed you, I apologize. I'll get to you the next time. Just come on again. I'm trying to get these every Saturday night into Sunday morning for me here in Central Standard Time. I'm here in Central Mexico. Well, I shouldn't say Central Mexico. I'm on Central Standard Time out here in the Quintana Roo, Yucatan Peninsula of Mexico. It's coming live for all of you. And for those of you asking, is it Jordan, Waters Above Crypto? Yes, my friend Jordan, the great Jordan from Waters Above Crypto, making a big splash in the world, doing his passion, living through his code, the great man that he is. Christine asking for the medicine deck. All right, mixing it up a little bit. So for those of you that didn't know, I have a medicine deck that uses animals, insects, and reptiles instead of the typical tarot. And these are directly embedded into nature. 52 cards matching the 52 weeks. There's no suits, but there's plenty of symbolism in here. And Christine loves the animal cards, so let's pull that. And whoa, Christine, you got the butterfly. This is an amazing card, tied to the Hermit and tied to that big T word that you know of. So what's going on in your life? This is big change ahead. So Christine, what's going on for you? Big change for you. Are you moving? I know you've been contemplating that for a while. All right, so let's get a couple more here. And thank you for the love from Denmark, man. I love you. People from the Netherlands, man. Got a lot of good friends over there. I just wish I could travel more. I'd be over in every country that I could have. All you great decoders, I would be setting up shop doing live decodes. That's my ultimate, man, would be to travel around to all different countries where all you great decoders are. Set up shop at some of your main locations and do these transmissions live with an audience, and it would be so much fun, man. I really hope the thing's starting to open up, man, because when it does, Logan's going to be going on tour. That's for sure. Joey, thank you for your kind words. Oh, Sarah, you want to get a medicine card? Absolutely. All right, let's get Sarah, and then I'm going to do one more after Sarah. Come to Germany. I would love to go to Germany. Kidding me? So, Sarah, you got the Fox card number 25. The Fox, of course, is tied to the humor in this is it's tied to 666 and, FOX. That's not a secret. And the 25 is tied to Onion and the Ringmaker. If you watch my Decode of the Virgin, the Fox is a very sly, what's the Ringmaker? The constellations, Lucy in the Sky with Diamonds. Very sly and sneaky, because it doesn't expose itself like it's just like in your face, right? But anyway, you got the Fox card and you want to go research. If you have the medicine deck book, you want to go read about the Fox, I'll let you do that on your own. And if you don't, if you just type in 25 Fox medicine cards, you should be able to find the actual transcript from the book, and that'll give you an indication of what that animal's trying to talk to and tell you. All right. And I'm going to do one more, and I'm going to do my closing comments. Oh, believe me, man. Do I want to go to the UK? Absolutely. I lived in the United Kingdom for 3.5 years of my life. When I was stationed in the United States Air Force, I got my first paperwork when I got out of my military school, I was a mechanic, heavy duty equipment mechanic. And my first tour was automatically overseas. I was so grateful for that. I got stationed in England, and I was in the city of, I was called Alconbury is where I was stationed, which is right outside of Peterborough and Cambridge, and 60 miles north of London. It was fantastic. I got to live. I was married at the time, so I was living in a flat in the British community. It was an amazing experience. I ended up becoming friends who became my workout partner. When I really got into working out, I was 19 years old, and man, it was just a great experience. I love the UK. I love to travel. I've been all around the world. The only place I really haven't been to where I'm dying to go to is Japan. It's just calling my name. I have a samurai on my shoulder. My entire sleeve of my tattoo is man, it's just crazy, tied to the blood types in Japan. It's insane. But anyway, it's for a different story. It's like a different story. All right. Do I think crypto is the future? Yes. If you're part of this 3D reality and we don't escape this 3D reality and there is no moving into the 5D reality, which a lot of people talk about, tied to the law of one, there is a possibility that we end up just shifting into the new dimension, which is called the 5-dimensional space. And those that are service to the self, which is talked about in the law of one material, will continue on in this 3-dimensional space, this 3D reality called the Matrix. They will experience whatever's about to happen in this reality, which may be a big shitstorm coming. I just don't know. These are just theories that I'm throwing out there, but it's very possible that that's what will happen. And crypto may be a part of that. I mean, will it be a part of the 5D reality? I just don't know, folks. All of this at this point now are just theories that we're all exploiting, and we all just don't know. There is nothing for sure that we know. Like I can say right now, I know for sure I'm going to take a sip of this water, okay? That was an absolute surety. But is crypto the future for all of mankind? It is an opinion that is not proven. I mean, it's here. It's already here. People are trading it, using it. I mean, PayPal, one of the largest transponders of a currency for exchanges, eBay and all stuff. they're offering, it's PayPal. I mean, they have crypto now. So folks, it's here. Okay. So it's being utilized right now. It's just, how close are we going to get? Are we moving into the golden age? Will we become part of that? Is the golden age or the dark age? Is the age of Aquarius? It's like, I'm 50-50. Are we moving into the dark age? Is the age of Aquarius the tail end of the dark age? And do we have another 1,000, 2,000 years of moving into the dark age? Is it going to get worse than this right now? Can you imagine the world becoming even more communist than it is now? Wow. And do we want to be here? I don't know, folks. Folks, I don't know. A lot of my friends are thinking we're moving into the golden age. I mean, the Aquarian age is ruled over by the Leo age, which is the sun. So is the sun going to burn out? Is it going to be replaced by a new version of Ra, the return of Ra and Horus, which is the Blue Caccini and the Hopi prophecies? Folks, these are all theoretical. I just don't know. So much stuff. I could keep going and going and going and going and going. Is stocks going to crash before the end of the month? It's inevitable the stock market will end up crashing. It's inevitable, folks. It can't stay at this layer. Can't. Just remember, man, there's patterns, and astrology has a lot to do with it. And remember that the stock market was born in the sign of Taurus. Of course, no secret there. Go look at the stock market and when it was, or Wall Street anyway, the United States one, and it was born in the sign of Taurus, which is why they have Taurus as their mascot. That's a no-brainer. Okay. All right, so that's a wrap for card readings for tonight. Thank you all for... Oh, let me get Joey Clark. Joey, you're going to be the last one to get a card. I just noticed yours. So I'm gonna pull one more card for Joey. It's 3:30 a.m. Perfect time. 3:30, Joey. You gotta really. So Joey Clark. I'm gonna do one last card, and we're gonna call it a wrap for the card. So here we go for Joey Clark. And interesting, we got this card again earlier. This is a card of kind of boredom. The Four of Cups, the Four of Hearts. When you build the stable heart, you put it in. It's kind of like the four being put inside the box. Like this Four of Cups is the heart-shaped box, and it becomes very comfortable, and it becomes content, and you can conform to that. And that's why this card is about daydreaming, because or boredom, because you're stuck in this box, and you're like, I need something to stir my pot. So what's going on in your life, Joey, where you have any kind of boredom, or you're stuck, or you're stagnant, or you lack energy flow, or something? Like, what in your life needs to be rustled? And, if you need more information on that card, just type in Four of Cups, Teach Me Tarot in your favorite search engine, and you will find some nuggets on what that card means. All right. I'm looking at your comments, your lasting comments. All right, so folks, thank you all, everybody, for joining in live tonight on this great day of October 2nd to October 3rd. I got to redo it, but let's see. I didn't take any phone calls tonight. This is my first time back after a couple of weeks of a break because of my internet issues. But let me look and see what energy, because I don't even know before I end this. So we got this... another big shout out to Jordan over at Water Above Crypto. October 2nd is the 7 Diamonds card. That's Jordan's birthday card. And then the card for right now, October 3rd, is the 6 Diamonds card. So folks, I'm going to leave you with all of this, some passing suggestions for you, okay? Number 1, live in a state of gratitude as much as you possibly can. When you're brushing your teeth, next time you brush your teeth, talk to your teeth. Give them thanks for chewing that food all these years. When you're eating your food, give thanks to your stomach for digesting all that food. When you're on the toilet and you're going to the bathroom, give thanks to your rectum and your digestion system. As silly as that sounds, everything in your reality is looking for acknowledgement. Okay, so just remember that. Disembark from the static in the world. Forget about what everybody's doing. Try to watch less and less of the mainstream. Don't try to keep up on the news. Like, got to keep up on the news to see what's going on in the world. Do just the complete opposite. Forget about what's going on the world stage. Put more effort into your own life, creating your own space, because really, ultimately, life's a contradiction. Life's not about you, but it's totally about you. Make the truth your own. Dig for your own truth. Don't just settle upon what somebody said or what I said or what you read in an ancient text or a book that somebody wrote. Go study, go research, and make sure that you're not just taking whatever you're reading or listening to for face value. Dig, do your own research. I'm going to suggest that what you're accepting as your truths, accept it as the fact of where if you were going to trial, if you were an attorney and you were going to court and you had to prove your truths to the jury, how would they stand up in a court of law? Would you be able to support your opinion on what you believe to be your truths to a jury? What would you present as your evidence? Would you just say, well, I read it in a book. Well, it was in the Bible, so it must be the truth. Or I read it in the Quran, or I read it in the Bhagavad Gita, or, I read it in the, this, or I did that, or I heard it from this person, so it must be true. Folks, just remember that the eyes that we have can deceive us. They can cause illusions. Like this is glass. That is a fact. That's what you're after. You're not after that could be a bottle of, there could be vodka in there. There's vodka in there. No, it's water. No, it's vodka. No, it's tequila. These are assumptions. Well, it's a bottle of water, so it must be water. What if it's vodka, though? That's what I'm talking about in your life. Treating life like that. Don't just accept things face value. Dig. Get out your shovels. Go deep. Go really, really deep with your life. That's what life wants from you. All right? So, for those of you that have an interest in a reading from me, just send me an email, decodeyourreality@gmail.com. Just give me 24 to 48 hours to respond. Those of you that want my graphics that I use for my decodes, I get a lot of people for that. I've sent them out to countless people, decodeyourreality@gmail.com. Those of you that, just so you know, I'm not a fan of email. So if you send me a long email about your life and what you decoded, I read all that kind of stuff. But if I just only send you a small little message in return, don't be all bummed out and don't feel like I'm disrespecting you or I didn't give you any consideration. I'm not a fan of email. They take too long. I'm not a fan of typing. I like to use my voice and talk. That's why I come on here. That's why I haven't written a book. The average person reads one book a year. That's why I haven't written a book. I'd rather create videos. People want to be entertained. They want to watch things. I'm an artist, by the way. That's why I make videos. I can give you my artistic expressions through my videos, through my graphics. I do all my own graphics. Yes, I use other people's renditions, but I use all my own graphics. I create all that stuff, video, all that stuff. It's all my own creation. It's part of who I am. It's part of my code. I'm creating my own truths. And I would encourage all of you that are decoding out there in this great matrix world that we all live in. I would encourage you to do the same thing. Make the truth your own. That is the only thing that will ever matter, because life is all about you. You are the universe. You are the architect. You are powerful. And you need to make the truth your own. Stand in your truth, own your shit, study your blueprints, study the machinations of how you work. Stop judging people. It's a very challenging thing to do. Stop assuming. Stop giving your energy to these energy vampires. Energy vampires are archetypes. Energy vampire can be the news. Energy vampire can be any addictions that you have. We all have them. So you just got to be the best little devil that you can possibly be in your personal life. So those are my parting words for all of you. And I'm just looking for a song that I could play that would be relevant to right now. Let's see. Do I want to play Phil Collins? I do want to play Phil Collins, but I don't know if this is going to get me it would be kind of an interesting Okay. But anyway, folks, my last words to you, remember Prison Planet. I got Prison Planet 2 Decoded coming out. It's going to be one of the greatest decodes that I will ever come out with at the very current moment. It will top all the other ones because I'm going to show you the exit strategy of how to leave this game. I've already given you a headway start on that, and that is become lukewarm, become neutral. Stop giving your energy to the game. The game wants your energy. That's what keeps it alive. If you want to get out of the game, to be spit out of the mouth, you must become lukewarm. Okay, not be attached to anything in the matrix. As free as you can possibly be. That's the way to win the game of life. All right, that's the way to win the game of life. So stay tuned for another episode of What's Your Question, number 21. Next Saturday, I got some new t-shirts I'm going to be, probably one t-shirt. I'm not going to take it off and show another one, but I'm going to be bringing out my new t-shirts that are going to be coming in the mail. If you're looking to get some t-shirts, thehealersproject.com. It's one of my sponsors. So let's end this where I started it, and let's play. It started it all. Just remember, man, you're always feeding this right here. Let's feed the wolf. Let's feed the wolf, folks. I appreciate each and every one of you. Just know much love and respect to all of you out there, all of you out in the decoding world, even you haters that keep coming to my channel looking for information and then just kind of hated on me. Much love to you as well, man. I mean, I'm just going to transmute your energy. That's what we do as magicians. When you know how to consciously use magic, it's pretty amazing. Pretty amazing. But for those rookies out there, just keep bringing the heat, baby. I'll just transmute it. Anyway, folks, feed the wolf. Great mix. The Labor remix, I think it is, for the artists. Much love and appreciation to these people that put their great effort into it, these artists. Feed the wolf. Folks, I'm going to end this transmission. Thanks each and every one of you for making this a great Saturn and Sunday night and early morning for some of you. Till next time, my name's Logan. See you later.
doesn't need. I am way too tired to fight with you. I'll give it